Morning, muy buenos días. I think we're about to begin the meeting. Sorry, I just have to share because if I'm an overshare, I brought, today is my first day as chair. This is a gavel that I won in 1989, high school debate team. It's never had a use and it has sat there for so long. Anyway, so yep, there it was, its highest purpose. Today is Tuesday, January 20th, and we are going to start the meeting with a roll call.
Supervisor Cano.
Present.
Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Hines.
Present.
Supervisor Scott.
Here.
Chair Allen.
Here.
Let the record show all board members are present.
And we will begin the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Amber Wells.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Amber. And now we have Marta Guzman, who is going to read the land acknowledgement. Thank you, Marta.
Good morning. On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pasquayaqui tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive toward building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations. Thank you.
Thank you. We will move on to item number 4, which is current events and public acknowledgements. If my colleagues have anything they want to share?
If I may, the governor will be here tomorrow at the TCC, I believe at 9 a.m. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong there, to give us the state of the state here in Southern Arizona. So if people are able to, I recommend that they attend.
Mm-hmm. Well, tomorrow, Wednesday, the 21st, is the District 3 first ever Picture Rocks office hours. We've expanded to Picture Rocks because it felt important to do so. We'll be at the Picture Rocks Community Center from 4:30 to 7:30 p.m., just open office hours. And then this coming Saturday, we're very excited. We are doing, our office is hosting a PAC, a Pima Animal Care Center dog walk, just to get folks out over to PAC. Perhaps you will like the dog so much that you will want to take that dog home. It's from 8 to 11 a.m. We'll be meeting up at PAC. The number of people who can participate in it is limited, so just call or email our office and get signed up. And then this Wednesday is the Governor's State Task Force on Missing, Murdered, and Indigenous People. They're hosting a listening session at the Richard Elias Building at 4455 East 5th Street from 2 to 8 p.m. And it's just an opportunity to come and hear from folks who have been directly impacted by the kidnapping or the disappearance of loved ones, or the exploitation of Native communities from some of the sober living centers over the last few years. They'll also be sharing updates on the task force efforts and plans, coordinated plans across the state. And then finally, Saturday the 31st is the All the Way to the Border Trash Pickup from 9:30 to 2, hosted by Rancho Sierra Vista de Sasabe and the Pozo Verde Wildlife Preserve, with support from the Altar Valley Conservation Alliance. If you're interested in joining us, it is the cleanup on the road that goes from 3 Points down to Sasabe. Happens every year. Pick up thousands of pounds of trash. So please do join us.
Chair Allen.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I forgot to mention, I know I've talked about this with our department directors and also in our newsletter, but our staff and I have started a podcast series where we are interviewing department and program directors, and you can subscribe to the podcast through any of the usual podcast platforms, Spotify, Apple Podcasts. You can also watch them live on YouTube, and our first 3 episodes have posted. They are interviews with Nicole Scott, the director of our early education program scholarships, Jen Darland, the head of our Office of Housing Opportunities and Homeless Solutions, and the most recent episode is with Heath Vescovi-Chiordi, the director of our Economic Development Department. And we drop a new podcast every week that there is not a board meeting, because board meeting week is when we issue a newsletter. Just wanted to share that with my colleagues and with the public. Thank you, Chair Allen.
Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Chair Allen, and good morning, everyone. As part of the One Pima initiative, the District 5 office has been participating in neighborhood cleanups. This past weekend, District 5 participated in its 5th neighborhood cleanup, and we encourage the public to join us. This is a joint venture with the City of Tucson and Tucson Clean and Beautiful. We'll hear more about the several tons of trash that have been picked up since December as a result of the One Pima initiative. Thank you to our county staff and our county administrator for executing the One Pima plan. I had an exciting conversation last week with the Sonoran Institute, which is a nonprofit organization focused on the Santa Cruz River, and they will be installing this week a technology that is used in other parts of the country that essentially, the way I think about it, colleagues and guests, is when there is a heavy flood in the Santa Cruz, this technology essentially traps the trash and is able to capture in a big boxed cage all of the debris that otherwise would probably take weeks, months to be able to get out when it's deeply entrenched into the soil. And so this is really important because we've heard from the public that they want cleanup of the Santa Cruz. It is important to them as it is to all of us here on this board. And I applaud the Sonoran Institute for bringing this technology to us. I want to see these installed in several places throughout the community. And last but not least, I do want to thank one person in the room, and that is the CEO of the YWCA, Magdalena Verdugo. She has been a gracious CEO for our community, but in particular over the last 3 months has been our host in District 5 for our Love of Lectura series. This is a series that I created with our staff to celebrate reading, to celebrate local authors, and in 3 months we've had about 350 people join us, and our next Love of Lectura series is going to be with a former supervisor. Perhaps you've seen him on NPR now, David Yetman. These events are selling out in 24 hours when we post the tickets. We're at capacity for Supervisor Yetman and looking to add more space. But Ms. Verdugo, thank you so much for hosting us. We've had a great time with our authors, and thank the YWCA for hosting us. Thank you, Chair Allen.
And now we'll go to agenda adjustments. Clerk.
On the regular agenda, page 3, item 12, it's an executive session. And then on the addendum agenda, page 1, items 3, 4, and 5, the executive session items will be heard at a time certain of 12 p.m. Back to the regular agenda, page 5, item 22, under County Administrator. This is unfinished business from November 18, the Central Arizona Project presentation. This item will be heard after call to the public. On page 5, items 25, 26, under Conservation Lands and Resources. These are contracts, unfinished business from November 4th. And also on page 6, item 30 and 31, these are under real property. These are also contracts, unfinished business from October 14 and November 4th. The county administrator requests these items be continued to the board meeting of February 17th. And on page 6, item 32, real property. This is the option notice and rent at 75 East Broadway. This item will be heard after regular agenda item number 22. Thank you.
Great. Okay. We have a number of recognitions and presentations and proclamations today, and we are going to start with the recognition of the retirement of Robert Cuestas, Park Specialist 2, Parks and Recreation, for 40 years of service. And I think the county administration is going to be acknowledging.
Yeah, we are, and I'm looking for the DCAs and our directors on that scene. Welcome with all the board members. You're all right.
Good morning, Robert. How are you? So I'm Carmine DeBonis. I'm the Deputy County Administrator. I can attest, Robert, this is the first time you and I have met, correct? Correct. Absolutely. But we have something in common, right? I've been with the county 35 years, and congratulations on 40 years with Pima County. That's no small feat.
Thank you, sir.
Well, and thank you for serving the public through our Parks and Recreation Department. I mean, those amenities are touched by everybody in our community, and it's folks like Robert really who make those amenities very special, right, for the use by families and youth and visitors to our community, and couldn't be more honored to stand here next to you as a longtime county employee and just wish you the best in your retirement. I'm sure you have lots of things that you're looking forward to do after putting in 40 years at Pima County. So congratulations to you.
All right. Thank you so much. Not really.
Okay, Robert said he doesn't want to say a few words. Do you have family here?
Yes, my wife.
Okay, congratulations. Well, here you go, Robert. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. So our next recognition is the retirement of Leticia Guzman Maldonado, Administrative Assistant 1 in the courts, Pima County Superior Court, for 36 years of service. Oh.
Good luck to you. You're coming home now. Jennifer, it makes more sense coming from you. I think that recognition. Just a few words. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. I think we're going to have a theme here. Oh. So good morning, everybody. I'm Jennifer Torsha, and I'm one of the Deputy Court Administrators with Juvenile Court. And we're going to have a theme. I think this is the first time we've met as well. Yes. But 37 years of service, so much appreciated. And frankly, we couldn't do the work that we do if it wasn't for people like you. So again, appreciate all those years of service, and best of luck on this next chapter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank all my family and my friends that came and my coworkers. I want to start with Chair, my daughter Lisa, my son Mike, my son Mario, my granddaughter Janelle, my sister Lucy, my goddaughter Kelly, my cousin Marianne, my cousin Mike, Marissa, Armando, Ray, Scott, and of course, the head of all clerk of the court, Jim.
You know, it's James. Thank you. Thank you. May I, can we get the family up here too? Come on, James and the family for a quick photo, if you can get up here. None of you want to be in a picture with her? Come on up, yes. Can you hold that? Thank you all. Thanks so much.
So I don't have to run back
back
back and forth. So our next recognition is one that we do on a quarterly basis, and these are outstanding county employees who are nominated by peers, selected by peers, and it's for the gems of Pima County. So to acknowledge each of the gems, I will pass it to the administrator.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair Allen. And the first group are underneath Deputy County Administrator Holmes, so I will turn it over to him.
Perfect. Good morning. Okay, we have first Mackenzie. Hey, Mackenzie Smiths, Administrative System 2 from Facilities Management. All right. Thank you, Mackenzie. Mackenzie, you can be right here. Mackenzie's job means working with a diverse group ranging from managers and shop supervisors to accounts payable staff and outside vendors. She ensures vendors follow their contractual obligations and follow up on invoices. Recent examples of her willingness to go an extra mile to ensure peak performance of staff members is creating an internal process documentation and tracking work tasks in an easy to visualize calendar. Everyone give it up for Mackenzie. She makes great burgers too. And helps out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Next, we have our Administrative Specialist 1 from the library, Susan Afsarli. Susan understands the significance of her role as a department representative for recruitment, reaching out to candidates and showcasing her dedication to public service. She's known for seamlessly juggling multiple responsibilities while assisting coworkers, answering questions, and providing guidance to colleagues, all while jumping in to resolve issues with kindness, respect, professionalism, and understanding. Thank you, Susan, for all your work. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. All right, next I'll turn it over to my colleague, Carmine.
Thank you, Steve. Good morning again. Happy to be here. This morning we're going to recognize Gabriel Lopez Jr. How are you, sir? Good. So Gabriel's been with the county almost 4 years now, and I'd like to think he's on his way to a 40-year career with Pima County, right? So a real superstar. And so Gabriel, a veteran himself, works at our Pima County One Stop Center and helps connect veterans with services, helping them with finding housing and rent assistance and employment above all. So, that's a unique space. Folks who have served in our veteran service and coming out and acclimating into the community again. And Gabriel does that in a super way. I mean, he does it with care and with heart, always with a smile on his face. Congratulations. Thank you for being selected as a gem. And then we're going to recognize Martin Gonzalez with Parks and Recreation as well. So Martin's been with the county for 6 years in our Parks and Recreation Department, and he's a Park Specialist 1, and he gets to operate the county shooting facilities, both our gun shooting facilities and also archery shooting facilities. So across the Southeast Regional Park and Tucson Mountain Park, 7 different locations. And so Gabriel not only manages or works in those locations, but really takes the time and the care to understand the equipment that's there. So he's read up on, the clay target equipment and how to maintain that and repair that. And so really an asset to the Parks and Recreation Department. And we're happy to have you here for 6 years. And again, hopefully on your way to, decades of service at Pima County. So thank you very much, Martin, for being selected as a gem.
we are now moving to the county attorney's office, I believe. I'll ask them to join us, as well as Kim, who is the deputy county city attorney, who will make that presentation.
There you go. Defer to our chief
criminal. You got
That's
it.
okay.
Good morning, everyone. Jackie, can you come up? Oh, come on over here. Jacqueline Chang. She works in our operations division in the Pima County Attorney's Office. Jackie coordinates with our staff and with our attorneys, felony indictments, subpoenas, anything that we need to keep the criminal justice system going. Jackie is often the first point of contact that law enforcement and our attorneys and other staff have in the office. Without her contributions, we would not be where we are today. She is amazing. She's willing to chip in and assist us and help anyone in our office. We're really proud to nominate Jackie for this award.
Thank you. Thank you. And the juvenile court, are you going to be able to come with us again? We have Carrie Carvalris. Help me here. Carrie, come on up. Carrie, tell us. Just the court-appointed special advocate. Thank you. First, pronounce your last name.
Calvaries.
Calvaries. That's what I thought it was.
Where am I going?
We're right.
Come on in, Carrie. So I'm going to go ahead and start off with reading this right here. So it says, as lead coordinator for the court-appointed special advocate program, Carrie ensures the volunteers, child advocates, have the tools they need to complete this sensitive yet very important work. Carrie also mentors and onboards new volunteers and recruits future volunteers, working nights, weekends, and holidays, if necessary, to help meet the goals of the program. Carrie is amazing. Our court-appointed special advocate program has hundreds of volunteers, and with that, it requires a lot of work to ensure our volunteers feel that they're trained to be able to work with these kids, that they're able to be compassionate with our children, and that they feel supported. So Carrie, on top of doing all of what's said here, she also coordinates events to ensure that people are having fun activities. She puts together other activities throughout our community to celebrate our volunteers and the children that they serve. And we very much appreciate Carrie and our CASA program, and I'll give the plug, we're always looking for more volunteers. Couldn't get away with being up here and not doing that. But again, Carrie's wonderful to work with and a tremendous asset to our court.
Thank you, and now we're going to huddle up for a photo. But thank you all again for allowing us to take a few moments to recognize these gems. I think we have over 7,000 employees who every single day work very, very hard on behalf of the constituents and those who visit and live here in Pima County. But every now and then we've got a group that have gone just a little bit above and beyond, and so it's a wonderful time for us to take just a moment's pause and honor them. So thank you all, and now stay with us for one more photo and on to business.
So next on the agenda, we have 4 proclamations. The first one is going to be the presentation of a proclamation to the Arizona Technology Council, proclaiming January 14th to the 16th to be Arizona Photonics Day. I move the item.
Second. Second.
Is there discussion?
Chair Allen?
Yes.
The person listed on the agenda is not going to be here, but we have Shelby, I don't have a last name for Shelby, and also Paloma Santiago, who will be here to accept the proclamation.
Great. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Item passes 5-0, seconded by someone that you wrote down. I will turn it over to Supervisor Scott to present the proclamation.
Thank you. If the folks from the Technology Council are here to accept this, there. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, good. Hey, Shelby, do you mind holding this?
Sure thing.
Thank you. Whereas Tucson is home to world-class businesses and scientific and educational institutions with decades of innovation and leadership in optics and photonics. And whereas the University of Arizona Wyant College of Optical Sciences is one of the premier educational and research institutions in optics and photonics worldwide. And whereas Tucson companies and organizations are on the leading edge of optics and photonics technology used in astronomy, medicine, advanced manufacturing, automation, metrology, clean energy, communications, and quantum computing. And whereas Optics Valley, a committee of the Arizona Technology Council, is the Tucson industry cluster that facilitates Arizona's leadership through business acceleration, workforce development, startup support, and connections to local and global opportunities. And whereas the Optics Valley mission is to catalyze, convene, and connect optics and photonics and the supporting business interests throughout Arizona. And whereas the annual multi-day Arizona Photonics Days conference in Tucson brings together Arizona optics companies, the Global Photonics Alliance, and international industry leaders to connect and learn about innovations in technology and applications in the science of light. And whereas Arizona Photonics Days, January 14 to 16, 2026, is an opportunity to recognize advocates and supporters committed to both the science and the industry of optics and photonics in Southern Arizona and beyond. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaimed January 14 through January 16, 2026 to be Arizona Photonics Days in this community and encourages all of our citizens to learn more about the science of light. Congratulations. Do you want to say something?
I just want to thank you. It's my honor on behalf of the Tucson and Pima County optics and photonics community to accept this, and thank you for the Board of Supervisors for this recognition.
Shelby, thank you very much. Happy to have you here with us.
Our next presentation is a proclamation to Tori Chisholm, Executive Director, and Lori O'Brien, Operations Director for Friends of PAC, proclaiming Wednesday, January 28th to be Friends of PAC Day in Pima County. I'll move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Item passes 5-0. And this is again.
Chair Allen. If we could have our friends from Friends of PAC come up and join us, please. Right up here. Do you mind holding this, Tori? Absolutely. Thank you. See you. Saw you when we were out there for the party. Yes. All right. Whereas the friends of, and where is Mr. Kozaczyk? Come on. Don't these directors know what to do, Jan? We also have our Pima Animal Care Center Director, Steve Kozaczyk, with us. Whereas the Friends of Pima Animal Care Center was created on January 28, 2016 by a coalition of Pima County leadership and concerned citizens to provide critical additional resources to PAC, enabling it to serve as many animals as possible and continue providing the highest level of animal care services for years to come. And whereas Friends of PAC's mission for the last 10 years has been to ensure that PAC animals are supported with the resources needed for a safe, healthy, and happy future. And whereas the contributions made by Friends of PAC to Pima County have facilitated the creation of the Pet Support Center, Keeping Families Together program, Medical Pets Fund, Karen's Caring Van Mobile Medical Unit, Spay Neuter Support Program, and most recently, the PAC East Adoption Satellite. And whereas Friends of PAC established the Friends Pet Clinic, a low-cost veterinary practice dedicated to serving the pre-surrender and post-adoption needs of vulnerable pets. And whereas Friends of PAC supports PAC by annually funding 25 positions at the animal shelter, enabling the shelter to become a national model for innovative animal welfare programs. And whereas it is fitting and proper to acknowledge the support and contributions made over the past 10 years by the Friends of PAC, which has helped Pima County to achieve a reduction of its euthanasia rate. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Wednesday, January 28th, 2026, to be Friends of PAC Day in Pima County in recognition of the organization's outstanding contributions to the county's animal shelter and well-being of animals across Pima County. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Take that.
Oh, thank you. Well, thank you all for this recognition. I will say on behalf of the thousands of community members who make up the Friends of PAC, we're so grateful for leadership at the county level, both Board of Supervisors and the Administrator's Office, for the care of vulnerable pets in our community. And it's our honor to help work upon this great base just to bring more care and compassion to the animals who need it the most. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? No? Good. All right. Well, we get that. And then. Can we go this way, Randy? Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And now we're going to go to a couple of addenda item proclamations. So the first addendum item, number 1, is a presentation of a proclamation to Magdalena Verdugo, CEO of the YWCA of Southern Arizona, Victor Boleg and Dr. Laura Banks from the Reed Center for Gender and Racial Equity of the YWCA, Pat Burris with Coming to the Table, NAACP, League of Women Voters of Greater Tucson, Pat Topke, Coming to the Table, League of Women Voters of Greater Tucson, Dr. Johnny Chavez, Voices of Change, and Betsy, and I apologize if I'm not pronouncing this correctly, Bogia, President of the League of Women Voters of Greater Tucson, proclaiming the day of Tuesday, January 20th to be National Day of Racial Healing in Pima County. I move the item. Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Item passes 5-0. And I will present the proclamation. Just one minute. I should first say I attended the event on Saturday, and it was wonderful. Thank you. My son was there with me as well, and just got a lot out of it. We had great discussions afterward, and appreciate your leadership and your hard work. Thank you. So the proclamation reads, whereas we all witness the growing racial divisiveness across our urban, suburban, rural, and tribal communities today that threatens the very core of democracy. And whereas the impact of the racial inequities is clear and underscored by the systems that perpetuate inequity and injustice, which have been generations in the making. And whereas, like those who came before us, it is our duty to protect children and maintain communities in which they may all be given the opportunity to succeed. And whereas we understand and recognize that we must all work to heal the wounds created by racial, ethnic, and religious bias and build an equitable and just society so that all can thrive. And whereas all individuals have the right to be provided every opportunity to learn, grow, and thrive in nurturing environments that don't jeopardize their safety, dignity, and humanity. And whereas every person has the capability to make a simple change within him or herself that can have a profound effect on an entire society. And whereas if we all dedicate ourselves to a process that brings individuals and communities to wholeness, repairs the damage caused by racism, and transforms societal structures into ones that affirm the inherent value of all people, we can bring about the necessary changes in thinking and behavior that will propel this country forward as a society where everyone belongs. And whereas racial healing is a vital and crucial commitment to the educational, social, mental, and overall well-being of us all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Tuesday, January 20th, 2026, the day following Martin Luther King Jr. Day, as the National Day of Racial Healing in Pima County, passed and adopted this 20th day of January 2026. Thank you. And somebody would like to?
Oh, sure. I'll say something because I actually wrote something.
Oh, right.
But I had to put my glasses. Thank you, Chair Allen and members of the Board of Supervisors and all of our community partners. On behalf of the YWCA, the League of Women Voters, thank you for your leadership and for formally recognizing January 20th as a Day of Racial Healing, a powerful affirmation of our shared commitment to justice, equity, and belonging. We are deeply honored by this proclamation and grateful for the board's leadership and commitment to advancing equity, justice, and collective healing in our community. This proclamation serves as a meaningful affirmation of our shared responsibility to confront racism, foster understanding, and build a more just Pima County for all. Thank you.
And then our final proclamation is to Dr. John Arnold, CEO and founder, and Paul Diaz, president of PPEP, and Edgar Granillo, president of PMHDC Board of Directors, proclaiming the day of Monday, January 26th, 2026 to be PPEP Micro Business and Housing Day in Community. And I should note that this is addendum item number 2. I move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Item passes 5-0. And this goes to Supervisor Scott to lead.
Nice to have you with us. We're going to be over here, sir. Whereas the PEP Microbusiness Housing Development Corporation, under the Portable Practical Educational Preparation Incorporated, is one of Pima County's oldest strategic partners, having worked together to establish the Community Development Block Grant Program under Governor Bruce Babbitt. And whereas the mission of the PMHDC is focused on socioeconomic development in underserved communities that assist small businesses to achieve prosperity and success, and holds the honor of being the first community development financial institution in the United States under the U.S. Treasury, and has provided over $40 million in small loans. And whereas the PMHDC worked with former Pima County Supervisor David Yetman and the Pascua Yaqui Association to establish the Yomi Yaqui Settlement in Marana, Arizona, and whereas the PMHSD Self-Help Housing Program, a HUD-funded program, helps families in rural areas acquire land to build their own homes in several states, and is proud to have built more than 650 houses for farming families. And whereas PEP and PMHDC worked with Pima County to raise $1.3 million to build the Amato Youth Center, partners with Pima County to operate the Diverse Voices in Prevention program, which focuses on opioid prevention programs, and submitted the first grants for all the rural clinics in Pima County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors, in recognition of the PMHDC 50-year anniversary, hereby proclaims Monday, January 26, 2026, to be PEP Micro Business and Housing Day in Pima County, and recognizes Dr. John Arnold, PEP CEO and founder, for his 58 years of leadership. PEP board members such as Enrique Serna, Arnold Palacios, Dr. Celestino Fernandez, Gerta Brown-Hurd, Paul Diaz, and many other leaders, including staff of PEP Incorporated. Congratulations.
Make a comment, please. Yeah. Is it on? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Gosh, I was all prepped to have a bunch of people here other than those that are remaining. I was going to let you know that I'm wearing this mask not because I sit on the El Rio Board of Directors, but because I'm having dental surgery and I didn't want to scare y'all. And also, I just add to your last comment there that the relationship between Project PEP and Pima County Board of Directors began in 1958 when Bud Walker was the chair of the board. So I felt those were worth mentioning. So thank you all very much. I appreciate it, Madam Chair, members of the board. Andres, thank y'all. Dan. Well, I got to say, I thank you for pointing me to the board to Parks Commission. So, very much.
So we are now going to move to call to the public, which is item 11 on the regular agenda. I am going to read out loud the guidelines per the Board of Supervisors rules and regulations for call to the public. Citizens attending the meeting shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board, may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stamping of feet, whistling, yells, and similar demonstrations shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. We have 9 speakers this morning, and I'll call out the first 3 speakers and actually invite you to come and sit in the reserved seats in the front so we can kind of keep things moving along. Our first speaker is telephonic, and that is April Musser. Is April connected?
Yes, I am.
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Musser. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I'm here today to bring to your attention a serious transparency and governance issue involving the Pima County Attorney's Office and its ongoing non-compliance with Arizona public records law. On July 30th of last year, nearly 6 months ago, I submitted a public records request seeking basic financial allocation and expenditure records from the county attorney's office. These are standard budget records that every county agency is required to maintain for budgeting, auditing, and reporting purposes. Over the past 6 months, I have received no documents, no timeline, and no partial production. Instead, I've received repeated statements that no records were available for months, and recent communication indicates that the office is only now attempting to receive its own financial records from other internal departments, and that no estimated completion dates can be provided. Requests for a schedule for production have been denied. Arizona law, ARS 39121 and 39121.01 requires that public records be open to inspection and that copies be furnished promptly. The statute does not set a fixed number of days, but Arizona courts have consistently held that promptly means without undue delay. And in Phoenix New Times versus Arpaio, the Court of Appeals made clear that agency workload, staffing issues, or internal processes do not justify prolonged or indefinite delay in producing these records. When the county attorney's office refuses to comply with state law, specifically prompt access as required under ARS 39121, it's not just a delay, it's a non-compliant Arizona statute, and it undermines the fundamental duty of that office, which is to uphold, interpret, and enforce the laws in this county. If the county attorney's office truly does not possess the financial records required for budgeting and audit compliance, that raises serious questions about internal controls, reporting, and fiscal oversight. If the records do exist and are being withheld, that raises equally serious questions about transparency and accountability. At this point, it's no longer just a public records issue. It's a governance issue that affects public trust, fiscal oversight, and the county's potential legal exposure.
Thank you, Ms. Musser. Our next speaker is Diane Schultz. And then I'll say after Ms. Schultz, it's Dana Cormash and Alan Young.
Sorry.
Just get it nice and close.
Yes, my name is Diana Schultz, and I am on the board of directors for the Tucson Society of the Blind. I have submitted a petition to you, the Board of Supervisors. I am also sending it to the mayor and council and to the Regional Transportation Agency. I've been working on this project for almost 2 years. We need to get the boundaries changed for paratransit transportation. We have individuals that live outside the so-called boundaries that are handicapped, disabled in some sort, whether they're autistic, whether they're dialysis patients, or the blind. We need to change the boundaries to include all of Pima County residents. Currently, there are 900 homes at Rocking K Ranch. We have individuals living out there that are unable to take advantage of the paratransit system because they live outside the so-called boundaries. I feel that the boundaries should be inclusive of all taxpayers in Pima County, so there is no taxation without representation. And these individuals have no way to get to doctor's appointments unless they pay an individual to take them. Some of us, because they have never worked. They live below the poverty line because they don't have the Social Security income that a lot of us that have worked and are able to collect a larger amount of money. So I am asking you to do whatever is in your power to help me get this passed. I understand that the RTA has a plan online that you can view, and I looked at it, and the boundaries have not been changed, and I believe that the boundaries have not been changed in 20 years. There's been an incredible amount of growth in that amount of time. I've been here since 1963, and I have seen a lot of changes in the city. And I think it's only fair that we provide the services necessary to our handicapped population. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Dana Cormash.
So I've been here with this book, Computers in Society. Dr. James LaSalle told us spring of '84, computers won't replace people, they will displace them. People will be able to work less hours and share jobs. Well, that's not happening. And anyways, did I thank you yet? I've got to thank you. I know you're doing the best you can, but this Project Blue, you know, it's not only the water and the utilities that are going to cost a lot of money, but I've been reading up, and they have statistics on the data centers that are already up in various parts of our country, and there is a higher rate of rare cancers and miscarriages. So it's not very good. And I have a ton of articles because I save everything. But you are doing a great job, I know. But that's my opinion.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alan Young.
Good morning, Supervisors and Administrator Lesher. My name is Alan Young, and I am a resident of District 3 here in Pima County. I appear again before you today to speak on behalf of veterans of Pima County. More importantly, I am representing disabled veterans, such as myself. I would like to talk about the recently amended Senate Bill 1749 adopted by the Arizona State Legislature last year with an implementation date of January 1st, 2026. This bill deals with property tax exemptions for disabled veterans. Under the revised bill, veterans rated by the Veterans Administration with a 100% rating are exempt $4,188 with total disregard of combined household income, so long as their total assessed value does not exceed $28,429. Veterans rated by the VA at less than 100%, the $4,188 exemption is limited by multiplying the total exemption by the percentage of the veteran's disability, so long as their total assessed value does not exceed $28,459 and the combined total household income does not exceed $34,901 with no dependent children in a residence and $41,870 with one or more dependent children in a residence. Regarding total household income, the following compensation income from all sources excludes cash public assistance and relief, railroad retirement benefits, payments under the Federal Social Security Act, payments under the unemployment insurance laws of the state, payment from any veterans' pensions, workmen's compensation payments, and loss of time insurance. When I went to the Pima County Assessor's Office to apply for an exemption as a 90% disabled veteran, I was told by the gentleman working that the total income exemptions for 100% disabled veterans was a lie. He did give me the application and told me what supporting documents I needed. When I returned the next day to submit my completed package, a different gentleman accepted my package and told me that Pima County was still confused about what the amendment bill meant. A veteran colleague of mine who is 100% disabled went to submit his package, and he was told by the gentleman working that day that Pima County has requested a meeting with Governor Hobbs to get guidance and clarification on how to implement the exemptions for disabled veterans. I was also told that by a veteran from Cochise County that they are fully on board with the amended bill and they are processing claims without any questions. I would ask that county staff work with the assessor's office to determine the guidelines that Pima County will follow and disseminate information so that disabled veterans residing in Pima County can apply for any and all exemptions they are entitled to. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Our next three speakers are Lori Moore, Robert Royce, and Jerry Bustamante.
Morning. I'm wearing my COVID vest out of mask because it's flu season. My name is Laurie Moore. I'm a heterosexual, tax-paying U.S. citizen of Pima County. This is my several years in review of you. When Board of Supervisor Adelita Grijalva and Dems lured, aided, abetted, harbored, and transported 600,000 illegals through Arizona, there was no vetting, sponsors, or medical documentation. Because of that, DHS withheld $51 million from Pima County. We are rightfully on the radar of the feds and ICE. The preschool PEEPS program has been renamed Early Child Care. Is that babysitting for non-citizens? The number of preschools is suspicious. Sahuarita has 2, South Tucson has 2, and the city of Tucson has 144. We sound like Minnesota. Are we next? Tucson will likely lose $20 million in federal funding because of support for drag queen shows in public schools. Supervisor Allen thinks it is not a crime to be homeless, but what the homeless do is a crime. I have to rent a Ramada in the park while the homeless live there rent-free. Littering and panhandling are crimes with hefty fines, yet the homeless are exempt. Some homeless people have dogs. Are the dogs registered with up-to-date shots? There are places for the homeless to go, but because they refuse to go, they are given protected status to live in our parks and on our sidewalks. We have laws to protect us and keep the town clean, but they are not being enforced. These bad scenarios are but a few examples of the circular issues that you have created in the name of sympathy at the expense of sovereignty. Pima County deserves leadership that is enforcing the law, protecting the homeless, the border, and our money, which is meant only to be used for U.S. citizens in Pima County, not the undocumented. To assure that there are only women in women's sports and locker rooms, this had to reach the Supreme Court. That is ridiculous. A mental illness has attempted to destroy biological women's rights to compete fairly with other biological women. The court case should be renamed Pick on Somebody Your Own Size, or You Can Only Play If You Have the Same DNA. Biological men, with or without gender confusion, have always been able to compete with other biological men. Gender is determined at conception. Surgery can alter looks, but not DNA. I have a simple slogan to clarify the gender issue. It goes like this. Whether you sit or stand to take a whiz, if you have a prostate gland, you is what you is. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Royce. And then following Robert, we have Jerry Bustamante, Lucy Howell, and JP Salvatierra, and that's all the cards we have.
Sorry about my dry voice. I have had my first cold in 25 years and my first norovirus in 45 years, and I've gotten over both of them, but my throat is still dry. Well, I fully expect the citizens of Tucson to know enough to vote down overwhelmingly this RTA expansion project. I'm not taking any chances. I'm asking everyone with ears to vote no on the RTA. You only have to look at the mess on Grant Street, 6 months of 2 miles closed, all the cross streets closed, 1 lane on Alvernon totally jammed up, Swan totally jammed up, no one doing anything about it, no one has in any kind of hurry to finish. There's enough workers show up, so they pretend they're doing something, but they're not. And why not? The city of Tucson only has 12.5% of the representation on the board, while we collect well over half the taxes and have over half the population. The whole system is engineered to squeeze money out of Tucson to pay for the sprawl in the satellite cities. And that's the way it is. So I'm asking everyone to vote no. If Tucson citizens should vote no as a matter of civic pride, and the rural voters should vote no as a matter of fairness. Once we vote down the RTA, my countywide sales tax plan is far superior in every way. It sheds the wasted bureaucracy, which is costing us a lot of money. It gives a 1% transportation tax to every municipality with a balance of unincorporated areas going to Pima County to take care of our roads. It gives a 2% general fund tax to every municipality in the county, and 2% balance goes to Pima County. But I've promised several thousand people that 3/4 of the new income to Pima County, I'm talking specifically of the general fund income, will go to reduce property taxes. My countywide sales tax plan is a property tax abatement program to keep people in their homes, keep people from getting taxed out of their homes by the skyrocketing county taxes, but it also will provide the equivalent of the RTA tax generated in rural areas to the county to fill in extra needs so we can simultaneously reduce property taxes and actually have an increase in funds to support the county. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jerry Bustamante.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Jerry Bustamante. I am with HUD-Bay and the Copper World Project, and here regarding the communication presented by Supervisor Hines on today's addendum agenda. Now, while we recognize that this board has a history of resolutions opposing mining of the Santa Ritas, I'm not here to argue against the board's communicating those positions. On the contrary, I am here to extend a sincere invitation to this board. Now, we believe the best way to address your concerns outlined in your recent resolution, specifically regarding water use in the Tucson AMA, air quality, and the protection of cultural resources, is truly through direct engagement and factual technical review. To that end, I would like to suggest a few steps that will help us move towards really a productive relationship, a relationship that we as a company have always wanted. First, I invite you to come out and tour Copper World. Seeing the site layout and the planned mitigation measures firsthand provides a perspective that a written resolution cannot capture. Second, we are hopeful that you would be interested in periodic update meetings with the county administrator to share potential milestones and discuss any areas of interest and concerns. And then finally, we would welcome the opportunity to sit down with you individually as often as you would like and address the continuing concerns mentioned in Dr. Hines' communication, ensuring that you have current and factual information. Now, we've been successful as a company leading as a transparent and responsible neighbor. We believe that open doors and open dialogue will serve this community much better than communications like the one that you are voting on today. Meanwhile, we continue to advance the Copper World Project. Last week, our joint ventureship partner with Mitsubishi was finalized. And also last week, the lawsuit challenging Copper World's right-of-way from the Arizona State Land Department was decided in our favor. So Copper World is no longer a question of if it gets built. It is moving forward. and for more reasons why our relationship needs to change for the better. So regardless of today's vote, I hope that you accept our invitation to visit the Copper World site, to learn more about the reality of the project, and that we can begin to work towards a constructive relationship that ensures that the Copper World project will bring the greatest possible benefits to this community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lucy Howe.
Good morning. Good morning, Administrator Lesher and esteemed panel or the Board of Supervisors. My name is Lucy Howell. I represent the Force for Health Network. I'm the co-founder, along with my co-founder, who is based out of State College, Pennsylvania, Dr. Robert Gillio, who acts as our Chief Medical Officer. So I just want to start off by asking one question. Does this board feel like we have what it takes to be a global leader when it comes to collaborative, healthy communities? And I'm going to circle back to that question at the end. Coach Lucy, I actually believe that we do. At the Force for Health, we believe that everybody can be a force for health for themselves, for their families, for their communities, and for the planet. But we recognize that not everybody has equal access and opportunities to do so. So let's talk about a couple problems here. Did you know that the CDC claims that 9 out of 10 U.S. adults are low health literacy proficient? That's kind of scary, right? Lack of access to be able to navigate our healthcare systems properly leads to unavoidable costs, which is number 2. 80% of healthcare-related costs are tied to preventable long-term chronic disease. So, what's going on? Our schools are not addressing the issue properly. And so this whole concept of a chamber of health, leaders coming together for the sole purpose of improving health outcomes, is what we're going to be launching in February, and we're inviting you guys to come. Okay? The third problem is that we have a huge workforce gap. Okay? Healthcare workers are at critical shortage. I'm on a statewide panel that's looking to place 30,000 healthcare-related workers in place by 2030, okay? But we are in a nation that spends the most per capita, right? Has the highest number of doctors, and yet we are number 1, number 2 globally unhealthy on the list. And so we have to go to the individual, and we have to hold the individual accountable for their own health literacy. So that's why we've created a free health virtual academy, right? But technology and academy is only one part. We need support, partnerships, and outreach to the community. So that's why I'm inviting you to get involved. In February, we're going to be launching the Team Up Greater Tucson Chamber of Health System, and I'm leading it so that we can show the rest of the country what highly collaborative communities look like. So thank you, heads up, nothing to do now, but I will be reaching out to each of you to answer the question, do you think we have what it takes to be the healthiest community in the country? This is not a politicized issue.
Thank you. Our next speaker is JP Salvatierra.
Chair Allen, Supervisors, Administrator Lesher, Attorney Brown, there are issues that I've brought to your attention before that deal with the lack of full public disclosure. There are challenges to the open meeting law that even preclude you from sharing, in healthy ways with the community and in other things that we may not directly realize. We have the executive session. Why not make it fully open and full disclosure? There's no greater problem that we incur than when this takes place and then special interest entities come to you and they use their contractual verbal direction and agreements behind closed doors to identify to the public at the very last minute when you've already concurred to some agreement of form and fashion that does not help the public. And it precludes us from being fully aware of what's going on. We have issues with public records requests. I personally think that if someone brings something up in one meeting, the very next meeting, that information should be allowed available to the public for everyone, not just that one person, so that it's a matter of record that we can go back into a log and find out what that issue was. It's so relevant to us now. We have thank you, Chairman Hines, Supervisor Hines, for attending the town hall with Attorney General Chris Mays. She brought up some very important points. We have a future of, I would call Copper World a future nuisance under our ordinance and guidelines. Have you ever looked at the satellite view of Green Valley's tailing pond? That's what this future is going to look like. How much 2.5 micron dust particles can we absorb before we are engulfed with COPD? Have you ever seen a person die and gurgle their last breath from all that phlegm and fluid in their lungs? It's horrific. Copper World, Tucson Electric Power, Fortis, the aluminum recycling in Benson, they all have problems that we need to rectify and address. Thank you.
Thank you. And then our final speaker is Rick Grinnell.
My name is Rick Grinnell. When I heard my fellow veteran over here, I'm a disabled veteran. I've had over 21 surgeries related to my injuries sustained in the military. Parking here again, and I discussed this with the county administrator. By the way, Madam Chair, members, forgive me. The elevators. I park in a handicapped spot, but the elevator, I don't know where you all parked, but the elevator was the other side, and I don't even know if that one was open. There is no wheelchair access coming up this ramp into your west side door. This is unacceptable, and if ADA gets a hold of this, the county may be looking at some, but this is to a much broader picture. This is the mindset of people dealing with people with disabilities. We're not broken. We have barriers. And these barriers can be minimized by basic responsibility to the access for people to get in and out of their properties. This young lady here, my heart breaks for you. My heart breaks for you. You know, and I have to tell you, in Europe, they seem to be very more in tune with people with disabilities. The U.S., we talk about it, we pound our chest and beat the courts, but nothing gets done. And I'm sorry, will you please ask your counterparts across the plaza here at the City Council to get somebody to fix these elevators. Instead of putting signs, please go to the other one. It's unacceptable. I'm fortunate I can still climb stairs. Thank you very much.
So that concludes, thank you to all of our speakers for coming and for sharing. That concludes Call to the Audience. I will ask my colleagues if they have any questions, recommendations for the administration. Supervisor Connell.
Thank you, Chair Allen. I'd like a follow-up from the county administrator on the parking lot elevator situation. This has been several weeks. We had in making, and we had a constituent unable to attend a meeting in December. I don't know if this is an inventory issue at this point with the repairs, but we've got to find a better solution. So I'd like for us to do a review and analysis of where the handicap spaces are adjacent to the elevators, what our contingency plan is in the interim if we're waiting for a particular repair part. We're going to have to do better on this, and I'm disheartened to hear that we have not remedied this issue.
And before I call on any other supervisors, I also need to close call to the public. And now bring it back to my colleagues, Supervisor Christie and Supervisor Hines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, echo Supervisor Cano's request with the just described elevator situation. A second issue I'd like to have the county administrator to investigate is the caller that was having issues with public records for a substantial amount of time with no response. I would ask that the county administrator look into this and find out what it is, particularly that's holding up the requests for the public records. I don't think it looks very well on our county or our administration when we have this kind of lack of response or no response at all. And it may be perfectly legitimate. Maybe there's some reason, but I think it needs to be followed up. My second issue is I would like, and I know it's going to happen because Supervisor Hines is on the RTA committee, if he would be so kind as to follow up on our speakers regarding their issues with the transportation for handicapped within the boundaries of the RTA and what is keeping the RTA from addressing that. And I would also finally ask that the county administrator reach out to Copper World, Hud Bay Corporation, and see if there are opportunities for at least some site visits by members of the Board of Supervisors and some sort of discussion with the HUD Bay administration to find out exactly what the issues are that is instigating the resolution that we'll be discussing later. But the invitation was extended, and I would like very much to see if this can be accomplished through the county administrator coordinating that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Hines?
Thank you. And I would like to echo my colleague from District 4 on addressing just the timeliness of public records being requested and delivered, not just from the county attorney, but just across. I'm sure there's a process for that. We know we've been involved with that, but and as well, I saw my chief of staff actually speaking with this lady here up front on the paratransit transportation boundary question, and I will be taking that to the Regional Transportation Authority Board of Directors as well to get some more information and figure out if those can be modified. So thank you for that. And with regard to the gentleman, the veteran specifically on 2025 Senate Bill 1749, I think it was, that the service amended veteran property tax exemption, which I think is a very reasonable thing to do. It's new, and I guess I would just like to have staff check in with Assessor Drewby on that, because I think it's a commendable thing to do, and it's great to talk about it, but now we have to make sure that we're implementing it. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. Happy to go see the Copper World site, and for the Force for Health group. You might want to check in if you haven't already with Dr. Cullen in our public health department as well. Yeah, okay, perfect. That's all.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. Just to follow up on the points Supervisor Hines made, and Ms. Schultz was in contact with our office when I represented the county on the RTA board and the PAG Regional Council. I think one of the issues that needs to be resolved is the fact that some paratransit responsibility is invested with the RTA, and some paratransit responsibility is invested with Suntran. And I think folks like Ms. Schultz and her friends in the community are often confused as to which entity they need to deal with, and there's not always a great amount of coordination between the two bodies. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair Allen.
Thank you. Per the clerk's note earlier, we are now going to move to item number 22 on the regular agenda, which is unfinished business that was originally scheduled for the 18th of November. This is a presentation from the Central Arizona Project by Karen, and I hope you will correct me if I mispronounce your name, Caesar, oh, easier, who is the board secretary of the Central Arizona Water Conservation District.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. I am Karen Caesar, and I am the Board Secretary for the Central Arizona Water Conservation District Board of Directors. I'm also joined here with me today by one of my board colleagues, Mark Taylor, and Mark serves as the co-chair of our Public Policy Committee. And like all of you, we represent the citizens of Pima County on the CAP Board of Directors. We are popularly elected. People don't always remember that because we haven't shown up on a ballot for a while, but we run in the general election, nonpartisan office, and serve to represent the Pima County citizens on the Central Arizona Water Conservation Board of Directors. And we're very happy to be here today to give you just a little bit of update on what's going on with Arizona's largest renewable water supply, which is the water we get from the Colorado River. You know, we all live in the desert. We are aware of this. And I don't know if someone's going to forward. Thank you. Excellent. I just want to say, living in the desert and doing it successfully for a long time is important. It's important to our lives, our prosperity, our businesses, our families, our communities. And so it's important to know, where are Arizona's water sources? And about a third of our water comes right now from the Colorado River. We get a little bit more than that, about 41% statewide from groundwater. We get 18% from in-state rivers. And when you're talking in Pima County, that's a head scratcher, but our in-state rivers are actually the Salt River Project systems of lakes and rivers that mostly benefit Maricopa County. And then 5% is from reclaimed water. And I'm also happy to report that Tucson area writ large is one of the leaders in developing and using reclaimed water as a renewable water supply. So that's kind of like where our water's coming from. But specifically, we are concerned with the Colorado River. And here in Arizona, we are one of 7 basin states in the Colorado River Basin. We're divided into the upper basin and the lower basin. The upper basin is Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, and New Mexico. New Mexico is always kind of counterintuitive, but they are an upper basin state in the watershed. And the lower basin states, which is Arizona, California, and Nevada. Altogether, that area supports about 40 million people. It provides water to all the major cities, including, of course, Tucson, but Phoenix, Denver, Los Angeles, Salt Lake City, San Diego, amongst others. The water serves altogether 30 Native American tribes, 22 of which are in Arizona, 11 of which are CAP tribes. So some are on river and some get their water through our canal. We support 5 million acres of irrigated farmland in Arizona, particularly in the Yuma area on river. They call it the nation's salad bowl. They produce a lot of winter vegetables that feed, the region, if not the country. We generate clean hydropower, and we support our national parks and recreation and wildlife areas. So, the hardest working river in the West, of course, is the Colorado River, and CAP, is the entity that provides this water to Arizona and provides us our water security.
Ms. Scissor, I hate to interrupt, but I don't think the slides are moving along with you.
Okay, should I cue?
Should I cue them? Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, there's the basin, and then you can go to the next slide, which is the water security. But now you can go to the next slide. All right, there we go. Okay. But we all know that we have been in a drought for 25 years and counting, with no relief in sight. And so the important thing is, what are we doing now, and how are we preparing for a smaller river and a future that is going to be hotter and drier than what we have had in the past? And I don't know if that slide, there we go, with the chart. one of the things that's critical to the Colorado River is the snowpack runoff that occurs. And the snow primarily falls in the upper basin, primarily in Colorado, a little bit in Wyoming and Utah, of course. But that snowpack is the major source of water that feeds the Colorado River. And what we've also experienced in the past several years is a declining runoff. So we might even get some good snow years, but because of the hot, dry nature of the soil, that's got the big sponge, the water melts, it doesn't run off and find its way to the Colorado River, it soaks in the ground. And this chart that you can see and that people listening online can hopefully see too, shows that last year in 2025, we had only a 92% of average snowpack, but only a less than 50%, 49% of runoff. So we had a couple good years before that, but it's, it just underscores the situation that we're in and the concern that we all are trying to share with everybody, and also the problem that we're trying to solve here in Arizona is how do we continue to ensure that Arizona has its fair share of renewable water. A lot has been talked about shortage. If you could go to the next slide, please. Shortage, we are now in a tier 1 shortage, and we have been for the last couple years. That is really driven by the elevations of the water in Lake Mead, and you can see that as the lake levels get decline, our shortage tiers get deeper. The deeper the shortage translates into more cuts on the river. Next slide, please. But Arizona's really been doing its part. We have been using a lot of large-scale conservation in Lake Mead. We have been leaving water in Lake Mead, both required amounts of water and voluntary amounts of water. And this is just the important takeaway from this chart is just to show that Arizona has really been leading the way of all the basin states in leaving water in Lake Mead to keep those elevations from plummeting to lower elevations and triggering deeper levels of shortage. And Arizona has been proud to do this. Tucson and Tucson Water is one of our major partners, as are a lot of the tribes locally. The Tohono and the Pasquayaqui have contributed to this, as well as other users in the Maricopa County area. But overall, we have saved well over 5.5 million acre feet of water in Lake Mead. So I can't tell you how important that's been to our situation. But what I'm going to do right now is, as I'm sharing this presentation with my colleague, I'm going to hand this over to Director Taylor, and I'm going to have him kind of talk about where, what we've done specifically and where we're going with this. And then if there's time, of course, we're both available to answer any questions. So thank you, and I'm going to turn this over to Mark.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Mark Taylor, Director. I'm representing Pima County for CAP. I've been on CAP board for about 11 years right now and co-chair of Public Policy Committee. Normally I'm a pretty optimistic person, but we're going through some really critical times right now for negotiations with the Upper Basin. We started in 2007 with the 2007 interim guidelines. That was because the water levels in the two main reservoirs, Lake Powell, Lake Mead, were full in 2000, and because the beginning of this drought dropped almost half that elevation within 3 or 4 years. Hence, we needed something to essentially stop the use of the Lake Powell and Lake Mead, and that's where the 2007 interim guidelines came into being as a way that mainly the lower basin states could share the shortage. It's been successful. It was there for 20 years. It was made for 20 years and expires this year in December. And there's nothing behind it now to replace it other than the last 2.5 years that we've been negotiating with the Upper Basin. And we haven't gone very far with that. We've started right from the very beginning, offering the lower basin, as we mentioned before, is Colorado, Nevada, and California, Nevada, and Arizona. And we said we give up 1.5 million acre feet in time of shortage. Most of that from Arizona, about half of that from Arizona. And we've gotten nowhere with the Upper Basin. They have so far agreed to not save 1 acre foot or stop 1 acre foot of shortage or conserve 1 acre foot. It's a real problem. We're down to less than a year now. We have to have an agreement made. And So we've been 2.5 years in the negotiating table. The Bureau of Reclamation gave us until February 14th, which is coming up, for the 7 basin states to come to an agreement. And still aren't even close to doing that. At that point, after February 14th, the Bureau will probably choose or direct where we're going to go and who's going to lose that water. It's critical for Arizona. You have to remember Arizona is highly dependent on CAP and the Colorado River. Tucson is almost 100% dependent, and the surrounding communities in Pima County are nearly totally dependent on CAP and Colorado River. So these negotiations are incredibly important right now, and it's important that we all understand what's at stake. Arizona does have the lowest priority on the river, and essentially Central Arizona CAP is the lowest priority on the river based upon old contracts. So it's something we want to keep in mind. We want to watch what's going to happen. February 14th is going to be incredibly important to see what the Bureau does, and either we come to some type of agreement or litigation is next, and nobody really wants litigation. So anyway, it looks like my time is up, but if there's any questions, we'd be glad to talk about it because it's very critical for Arizona and, of course, Pima County.
Thank you. Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank Directors Taylor and Caesar because they're always available, always willing and accommodating to discuss these issues to any groups at any time, at any place. Director Caesar just spoke to the Vail Chamber recently, did an excellent presentation, much like the one we're hearing today. And it's very appreciative to know that there are directors of this very highly volatile issue that affects us all that are so willing to express themselves and express what the whole CAP program is all about. You're doing an excellent job, and on behalf of at least my district, I can tell you they like to hear what you're saying and they appreciate your hard work. So having said that, in a thumbnail, Reader's Digest version, I know the city of Tucson gave some allocation back to the CAP. You also mentioned, I think, that some of the nations have done the same thing. How does that work, and what does that mean? What's the significance of that? Is it actually water being shipped back to Lake Mead or Lake Powell from Tucson allocations, or is it future allocations being traded off?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, again, Karen Caesar. In a nutshell, there has been conservation programs that have been occurring for the last several years. Some are sponsored by CAP in the state of Arizona. Some are sponsored by the Bureau of Reclamation. But at a high level, what they involve is current water users foregoing their regular delivery that they would normally take. I'll use City of Tucson as an example. They take all their CAP allocation is taken and recharged out in their recharge facilities, mostly in Avra Valley. In lieu of taking some of their water, they have left that water in Lake Mead, large volumes, in exchange for being compensated for it. That compensated conservation is that water is no longer City of Tucson's, it's system water. It's there for the benefit of the whole system. And each water user has had the opportunity, and this includes tribes, to do this on a short-term basis, 1, 2, 3 years. And they've just decided, well, we've got enough water, for example, in the ground. We can forego some deliveries for a little bit, not hurt ourselves or our customers, but reap some rewards financially as well as benefit the whole system. So it's been a very creative win-win situation. And that's sort of the high level of how that has been working.
Thank you for that. And Madam Chair, Ms. Caesar, when that happens, when that occurs in our region, does this help in any of the negotiations you're experiencing with the upper basin folks, or do they say thank you very much and then move on, or does it benefit us eventually?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, everything helps, but I think as Director Taylor said, Arizona has stepped forward for many years and contributed large volumes of water in Lake Mead to keep us out of shortage. Arizona does not want to be the only one solving the problem. We can't solve the problem on the backs of just Arizona, and particularly the backs of the Central Arizona Project. So it demonstrates proof of concept. Yes, you can do this, but I don't know what to say. It's a thank you very much, but what are you doing? What have you done for me lately? Might be a little bit of the attitude of some of the other basin states. But we definitely applaud our efforts, and Arizona has for a long time acknowledged that we've really stepped up and done our part. And our message to the rest of the basin states and to the federal government is Arizona cannot be expected to do this on their own. Everybody that benefits from the Colorado River needs to participate and share in this the next solution. So thank you for that question.
Thank you, Director Caesar. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Supervisor Christopher, can you adjust your mic so that for next time? Supervisor Cano, we'll just go this way.
Thank you, Chair Allen. I also want to echo the appreciation to Directors Taylor and Director Caesar. We worked a lot together during my time in the Arizona legislature, and one of the items that I'm most proud of during my term as the ranking Democrat on the House Natural Resources Committee was a program called the Water Conservation Grant Fund, which is through the Water Infrastructure Finance Authority. Just want to echo that it is going to involve several partners in agriculture, industrial users, government to continue to conserve water in our region and throughout our state. The $200 million that we appropriated in 2002 for these efforts have funded more than 200 projects throughout the entire state. Advanced system upgrades for metering. Metering is not a bad word in Arizona. The legislature thinks it is. Water efficiency fixtures, recharge, turf removal. These are all the projects that have helped conserve several 1,000 acre feet of water. And so, I just implore the board at CAP to continue to ask our legislature to fund vital programs like this. I believe that that's a win-win for both the short-term and long-term gain, and really appreciate you and the entire Pima delegation for the leadership that you have demonstrated during your service, and of course the entire board. I was at the legislature last week and also saw Mr. Goddard, who I'm very pleased is one of your colleagues in this effort as well. Thank you, Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you, Chair Allen, and also want to extend my thanks to Directors Caesar and Taylor for being with us today. When Pima County property taxpayers look at their property tax bill, one of the property taxes that is assessed is from the Central Arizona Water Conservation District. Just for the benefit of the board and the public and media, could you let us know how you determine where that rate should be set and what it's used for?
Chair Allen, Director Scott, Board Member Scott. We usually use about 10 cents per dollar is what is allocated. And every year we do a vote on whether we need that money and how that's to be allocated. Only about 10% of our total revenue comes from taxes. The rest of it comes from rates, where we actually charge our ratepayers the actual cost of delivering that water. So that 10% is used a lot of times for infrastructure upgrades, for any type of, mainly infrastructure upgrades that we use it for. It's important that money is available because right now our infrastructure is over 50 years old. We need to maintain it in a position that we're always there, we're always able to deliver that water reliably, and that's one of probably the most important things we need to do right now. But essentially, we vote on it every year, and we have a lot of opportunities coming up that we don't really know what's going to happen with potential water acquisitions, or we're definitely going to have to come up with some type of new water sources over the next few years to meet what we're going to lose, because we're going to lose about 50% of our water. So that needs to be made up, and so there'll be a lot of uses for those funds in the future. As Board Member Cano said, infrastructure is going to be the key, and new sources of water are going to be the key.
And if I could ask one other question, Chair Allen. I can't remember the percentage of our total water resources that are used by agriculture, but I think it is by far the majority of water use in this state. I think it's in the high 60s, low 70s in terms of percentage of total water resources used. I know that eventually we are going to have to, as a state, move towards not just less water-intensive crops, but perhaps just as significant and maybe easier to achieve is moving to more less water-intensive forms of irrigation. And I know that those are issues that Supervisor Cano, when he was in the legislature, Supervisor Hines, when he was in the legislature, heard about. What input does your board have into those issues, and how do you make your concerns heard?
You know, agriculture is probably the most important thing we need to look at right now, because when there's a shortage coming up at the end of 2026, starting in 2027, that shortage is going to have to be made up. Pretty quick. Going and building a desalination plant or large infrastructure could be 20 years in the future. But our opportunity to work with agriculture is something that can be done much quicker and much more efficiently. Your initial question is about 70% of all the Colorado River is used for agriculture. That's one of the numbers right away to look at. For CAP, it's pushing near zero right now. We had quite a bit of CAP that was dedicated to agriculture, but after we went in the Tier 1 shortage that Director Caesar talked about, our agriculture was the lowest priority, and that's been cut out. So all that agriculture you see in Pinal County and Upper Maricopa, we don't serve anymore. But Arizona still has a lot of agriculture that's still being served along the Colorado River in Yuma and up in Mojave County. Those communities are going to be incredibly important that we as CAP and legislature work with those communities where there is a potential for either fallowing, which is a rugged word right now, but at the same time crop switching and using less water and using proper crops could be a great opportunity for bringing new water sources to central Arizona. So I think our communities, our agriculture communities, are incredibly important to be working with right now. And we hope that is a potential source of water through more efficient use and crop switching and potential fallowing of areas that really aren't viable. So
just to clarify, if because of the Tier 1 shortage, agricultural resources are not using CAP water, what they are using then is a combination of groundwater and river water.
They're using groundwater right now. And when we talk about central Arizona, what we served previous to the Tier 1 shortage, which again was primarily Pinal County and some areas of Maricopa County, they use groundwater now. And I believe over 40% of that land has been fallowed since we stopped serving them, and the remainder are now using groundwater. They're back on groundwater sources.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair Allen.
And thank you, Chair Allen. I actually, Supervisor Scott and I were recently in November at the Department of the Interior meeting with, I don't know, I was the relevant undersecretary for a long, I had a federal job for a couple of years and they love titles. So, but a gentleman who seemed to be very intimately involved with like the discussions among the 7 states. Just based on what I heard from you all, I don't know that maybe Supervisor Scott can tell me what he thinks, but it sounded like there was more optimism a little bit, that there was going to be some progress, at least in November, but then what you just reflected to us in your comments, and I was just curious, I don't know if you might happen to know why, or if you can give us a little more of an update as to what's going on there. And I'm sorry, I did miss part of your presentation.
Go ahead.
Director Taylor and I will tag team these questions. I appreciate that. Again, Chair Allen, Supervisor Hines. We were optimistic. There's a part of us that is still remaining optimistic. However, the deadlines come and go, and meetings come and go, and meetings of the principals of the 7 basin states are held. No progress has been made yet, and so I would say we are not as optimistic that we are going to get to somewhere positive shortly as we were in November, sadly, and that's that's just, in December, our board staff, along with several hundred, thousands other people, attended the Colorado River Users Association conference in Las Vegas. I think it was like its 80th year where anybody involved with the Colorado River meets in Vegas to discuss policy issues, technical issues, hydrology issues, everything. And we were hopeful that there was going to be some breakthroughs at that meeting, and there really weren't. So everyone's still talking. I guess the good news is everyone is still at tables talking. Everyone is still engaging. Nobody has completely retreated to their corners at this point in time. But in a nutshell, the lower basin in Arizona in particular, as I said, is our position is everybody that shares in the Colorado River and benefits from it needs to help in the participate in the reductions, and we all need to work together. Arizona has demonstrated that we can grow without growing our water use. There's some, I'm going to mess this up, and this is where I look over to Mitch, who'll tell me if I'm right or wrong, but essentially Arizona is using about the same amount of water that we used to in the 50s, and we've clearly grown a lot since the 50s. We know in Tucson the water use right now remains the same as we had in the 70s. I think we are a model, and every time I can get up in any forum and just tout Pima County and our community's efforts around water conservation while maintaining green infrastructure and quality of life, I do so. So we are a great example of how to do it. Our Upper Basin colleagues have basically said, no, we need not only can we not cut our water, we need more water to continue to grow to our vision. And again, we, in Arizona, we can say, no, that's, you can grow. We support your growth and your prosperity, but we also think there's a lot of ways to grow that did not require a whole lot more water. So, stay tuned. I mean, stay tuned. And one other thing I'm going to say, and it was toward maybe the end of the presentation, is CAP has convened and we have kicked off an effort called the Coalition for Protecting Arizona's Lifeline. And we started with mayors, we've got business leaders, legislative, tribal members, and what we're trying to do is at this time just kind of get everybody pulling in the same direction in Arizona, joining our coalition. There's actually a simple, you can join a pledge online, and right now it's just you all are invited to do so, and it's a way that we in Arizona can show ourselves and show the other basin states that Arizonans are united in protecting our lifeline, and when the time comes, we will stand together and stand firm in the fact that having the Central Arizona Project go to zero is not an option. We are vital for national security. We have defense, we have agriculture, we have education, we have healthcare. All these things are important, and that's why we will continue to stand and advocate for and fight for Arizona's water, because as of now, Supervisor Hines, there isn't happy things to report, but we hope things can change at any minute, and that's what we're hopeful for. Thank you.
Perhaps, Director Caesar, you just answered the question, but I was just going to ask if there are things that this body could be helpful. What is the ask of us? Are there things that we could be doing more differently, better?
A very straightforward ask that you can all do today, and it was on the presentation, but I will get to my. You can stay informed. You and everybody in Pima County can sign up for the Know Your Water News website. That's a CAP. That's little infographics and bite-sized bits of information about what's going on. So you're not overwhelmed, but you can go to knowyourwaternews.com and sign up for regular updates. You can enroll. CAP has something called CAP University, and that's an online little deeper dive into what the Central Arizona Project is in our water, and anybody that's interested in doing that can do that, and that just gets you informed. And then always, you can join the coalition, and you can go to protectingarizonaslifeline.org and join and sign a pledge. You can do that today, and the more people we have, particularly leaders like you, particularly our elected official leaders that are signing this pledge and joining our coalition, just demonstrate more support and more grassroots and critical mass support for our efforts. So those are specific things you can do. Appreciate you asking.
Well, thank you. Thank you both. We are now going to move on to item number 32. This is the option notice and rent at 75 East Broadway. I believe we have...
Chair Allen.
Yes.
And if I may, thank you. We, as I think you know, the county has been working for several years to look at a way to develop in cooperation with the Rio Nuevo Multipurpose Facilities District a project for mixed use of our land located at 75 East Broadway. What you have before you today is the next step of that conversation, an option of notice and rent amount. We have with us today the chair of the Rio Nuevo Board, Fletcher McCusker, and staff is also available for comment. So if I may, we can ask Mr. McCusker to speak to the issue.
Please.
Thank you, Jan. Madam Chair, members of the board, I have 3 quick slides. One is our screenshot, which as soon as she shows you, we're very proud of. This is Rio Nuevo over the last 15 years. We've now developed a half a dozen hotels, but we're still ranked 11th according to the state in terms of hotel area near our convention center. We love this screenshot. A lot of people think it's Dallas or Austin, Denver. It's downtown Tucson. What you're voting on today, next slide, please, is this spectacular property across the street from TEP. As Jan mentioned, we've been working on this since 2021. The first effort was in cooperation with the county to develop a primary employment base, office complex, and retail that was dismantled during COVID. It's important that you remember why we partner with you in the city. Rio Nuevo is exempt from the gift clause. We're the only jurisdiction in the state that can do something under market. We can donate land, we can invest in equity, we can rebate sales tax to private developers. That has been the case in every single hotel that we've enabled downtown. But for Rio Nuevo, those hotels would not have been built. As Jan mentioned, this is the middle of a 3-step process for the board. We have indicated to you that we have done all the homework with this developer and the land. We sent notice to the county to exercise our lease option. You are allowed to approve the operator. That's why we're here today, is to ask for your approval to develop this hotel on this site. Supervisor Cano and staff have negotiated some conditions to that. We've indicated in writing, it's in your packet, we are fine with those conditions. We don't see any challenge in developing local retail. There's going to be some challenges, I think, with council and how we describe local. But if you want to see the next 2 slides, you'll see how we categorize the companies that we work with. Quite simply, if you reside in Pima County and you have a business that you are a principal in, we consider you local. And you can see how we've done that throughout the last 18 months. If you just go down that list, these are probably people's names you recognize, local operators, local businesses. When it's not local, it's identified as either a franchise or an out-of-the-city operation. We're pleased with this track record. Over 90% of the work that we do is on behalf of local and small businesses. The exception to that has been hotels, with the exception of the HSL property, which is on its way to be a Hyatt. Every hotel that we've had help with has come from out of town: Dallas, Phoenix, California, and now Oregon. We can go to the last slide. This is the last 6 months. Similar activity. We are investing almost exclusively in local retail, and we've agreed that we'll continue to do that on behalf of this property. If we fail to do that, we've offered a penalty to the county that we would forego our discount on the property value and pay full value for the property. So we're ready to advance this. It would go to our board next week. It would come back to you when the lease and option agreement are final.
Thank you. Questions?
Thank you, Chair Allen and Mr. McCusker. Really appreciate the conversations that you had with staff and our council to ensure that this exciting development is aligned with Tucson values and supporting small businesses and ensuring the living wage for the contract work. This will be a lot of construction. I understand it's a $60 million project.
Exactly.
So I want to express to my colleagues with this parcel being in District 5, the county has a unique opportunity to hold hands with local business owners. I am supportive of today's contract and feel as though it's the first step of many discussions that we have to have. And I want to thank the OB team as well for giving me and our staff a briefing on this exciting proposal. And we look forward to their investment. But Mr. McCusker, I do want to ask a question because I looked at the economic study that was provided in the supporting material. And page 30 says the highest and best use of the subject property is for the development of a mixed-use high-rise development with ground floor retail and upper-level multifamily residential uses and on-site parking. You've told me that the economics are not working out right now with developers wanting to build housing. And separate from this agreement, I just want to hear from you as the leader of the Rio Nuevo board, and thank you for your years of exceptional service. What is the role of housing in downtown moving forward, and how can we, as a county government, hold hands with you? Because the direction we're going in today is obviously going to be a hotel and will not be housing. And I wanted to just have that conversation with you in public.
Chair Allen, Supervisor Cano, thank you for that. It's a struggle for us as well. In this situation and most of the situations where we're dealing with public land, it's a competitive request for proposal process. We have not seen a single affordable housing developer bid into those environments because of the costs and the rents that are available to those projects. The original project was indeed a combined retail office housing complex. It failed. A large part of the reason it failed was financial markets collapsed. Every one of these projects is financed independently of Rio Nuevo. They bring a commercial lender. They're very leery to finance affordable or even live-work spaces because of the rents that are applied to service that debt. I believe that the only way we're going to build mixed-use affordable, and I don't encourage you to build standalone public housing, but do it in a mixed-use environment, is to provide those developers incentives. We can do that with you, especially if some portion of that is retail. However, we don't own any land. So somebody's got to acquire the land, partner with us, or allow us, like we are doing here, to acquire that land, to issue some incentives to the developer. We've provided the city with a list of 16 parcels that are inside our district that could be developed as affordable. But it would require someone to acquire the land, to partner with us, to use our incentives to attract a developer. Most of the builders that I have met with that do affordable housing would probably work with us if we could substantially discount the property. In this particular situation, and in every hotel we've enabled, we've donated the property to the developer. And I think if we were to do that with housing incentives or mixed-use incentives, part of the problem is the cost of high-rise. You get above this hotel, you're into a whole new scale of expenses associated with building that, and they have been extremely hard to finance. The other, frankly, is we're in Tucson, Arizona. We're still in a blighted community. We've had a lot of local operators fail. Very well-known operators, Cafe Pocacoso, Llanos, Delta, Mainers. So when you have an environment that's not sustaining its own business, it's hard to, frankly, find money to finance new business. we've yet to find, and maybe combined with the county and combined with the city. I think the city has to engage with us. If we had a parcel of land that we could contribute to a developer, I believe we could find a mixed-use project.
Chair Allen and Mr. McCusker, thank you for that explanation. I think it's really important that we hear that Rio Nuevo is committed to additional housing within its boundaries. Certainly, that's a District 5 priority. This board allocated $10 million this year in stopgap financing for affordable housing projects, and that will continue to stair climb over the 10-year plan. And so I offer that as guidance to both our administration and our private partners that with the addition of, with this exciting addition of this particular Tucson Inn and Market, adding an additional hotel, the news from HSL that the Hyatt, it will be coming. I'm feeling a little bit as though we are having some hotel density, and I want us to focus now on the housing side as we move forward. So Chair Allen, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to ask those questions and continue to ask that Rio Nuevo and our council work on language for local operators. The exciting part about this, colleagues, is that it is both the hotel and an outside market. And the visuals that I've seen are this is going to be a huge investment in downtown. I'm really excited about it. And my hesitancy is that I don't want to see big box stores in our downtown area. And I sympathize with the need for you to have a tax base that contributes to the district, but we've got to listen to our small business operators, and we'll define that in the contractual negotiations moving forward.
We are free to use our incentives as we see fit, and we do not intend to incentivize a big box store. So we'll continue to do what you've seen that we're doing. One of the challenges we have, if you've read the recent Auditor General report, they were very critical of us in hotel development. We are 11th out of 11 cities, and we are state. I'm appointed by the governor. I report to the legislature. They want us to build another 900 hotel beds. There may be a way to do that in combination, but the state tax money that comes to us is attached to those economic development strings, and we're held accountable to the AG. So they're looking for us to increase the number of hotel beds.
Thank you, Mr. McCusker. Further questions? Supervisor Scott.
Just wanted to share with my colleagues what Mr. McCusker and Administrator Lesher know, which is that Mayor Romero and I are interested in having a conversation with the Rio Nuevo Board about following up on the audit results and addressing some of the concerns that the auditors mentioned. You had said in an Arizona Daily Star article shortly after those audit results were released that following up with the city and the county would be important in terms of meeting the expectations of the auditor. I wonder if you could address for the board what roles the city and county could play, and perhaps especially frame that around the potential creation of a convention district.
Rio Nuevo is an assigned boundary. It's a dog bone from the base of A Mountain along Broadway to Park Mall. We can only operate inside of that boundary. There is a conversation ongoing about expanding those boundaries, which will enable us to move north-south along that line. We've been suggested not to approach the legislature this session. I think Supervisor Cano would understand why. So we need political cooperation. We are an state agency. Our budget is appropriated through the legislature and signed off by the governor. So it takes a political act at the legislature to expand us. The Attorney General audit is used by leadership, particularly President Peterson, to hold us accountable to our appropriated dollars. So the good news is this is a go-forward request. The audit determined us to be in 100% compliance currently, which is astonishing, given what we all know where Rio Nuevo started. going forward, in order for us to keep these state tax dollars flowing, we have to respond to the Auditor General. Part of our response will indicate that we are desirable to build additional hotel beds in and around the convention center. And I will repeat what I just said to the board. However, we don't own any land. We're going to need partners, private sector partners, public sector partners, to identify and invest state dollars into those projects. The legislature would not allow us to invest exclusively into housing. We're a sales tax TIF. We've got to produce sales tax. So anything that we do to Supervisor Cano's goal has to include some portion of retail. But I think that's what we all want. But we're stymied, given our economics, without the help from the state and probably without the help from the county and the city.
So just to follow up, Chair Allen, the recommendation is to look at mixed use opportunities, including within those 16 parcels that the Rio Nuevo district shared with the city, but specific to following up on the audit, even given that it's not advisable to follow up with the legislature at this point. In terms of following up on the audit recommendations, what can the city and the county do now that would be helpful towards following up on those audit results?
Our primary, Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, our primary component, our primary focus is on the Tucson Convention Center. Everything around that's within the boundary is considered supportive of that. So according to the Auditor General, they want us to increase hotel density in and around the convention center. In order for us to be competitive as a convention desire, and I think Visit Tucson would agree with this, we need to increase the number of hotel beds that are walkable to a convention. And that's our primary goal. It doesn't necessarily align with what the county wants nor what the city wants. So for us to focus on the Auditor General would be in generally the downtown core and providing additional hotel beds. I can be pretty flexible with our appropriation, and you've seen us invest in things that are important to all of us, so long as I meet my primary goal. And we've got 3 years now to demonstrate that we understand.
3 years before the next audit?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I just wanted to reiterate that, and Chair Allen and I talked about this when we made the transition from my position as chair to hers, that I would continue to be the board's representative to any conversations between you and the city about following up on the audit results, and would like to reiterate a request made to the county administrator and the city manager in our last mayor and chair meeting, that we look for an opportunity for the three of us to have that conversation so that we can help to address some of the concerns of the auditors. And again, very interested in what you have said today, and also what was referenced in that article in the Star about the potential of a convention district. Is that something that would be needed to be approved by the legislature?
Chair Allen, Scott, no, that would be something we could do legally here. It's already inside the Rio Nuevo district, so the chances of them creating an overlay inside of an overlay are not good. We currently sunset in 2035, however. And, you know, there are long-term issues now that we've all elected to save this convention site rather than to build a new one. So at some point, having a convention center district where the taxes created inside that district supported convention center development would be desirable. That's not likely to happen as long as Rio Nuevo is currently in the statute.
Understood. All right. Thank you, Mr. McCusker. Thank you, Chair Allen.
Okay. If there are no further questions, I will move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The item passes 5-0. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. We will go back kind of in order on the regular agenda and pick up item 13. And this will be the Board of Supervisors sitting as the Library District Board. This is a contract with Ingram Library Services. I will move the item.
Second.
Any discussion? Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, just some questions. The $4.8 million contract in this item includes books and video materials and games. I was always under the impression that everything was moving online and that we were making a movement to get away from those things. And why are we going through a new vendor now? And are there more contracts going to be coming forth? And what will they entail?
Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie, I'll ask Deputy County Administrator Holmes to elaborate, but we lost a vendor that has caused some concerns within the district of how we can provide those additional supplies. But let me ask Mr. Holmes.
Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, Administrator Lesher is correct. We had a vendor who actually closed distribution. Baker & Taylor was one of our significant vendors in this space. We had been doing work with Ingram in the past, but not at this scale. So we're left with 2 current vendors now to purchase books and supplies from. Ingram now will become one of our primary suppliers moving forward. And the modality of books and materials, it's still circulation and demand for those pieces. The whole online space, although it's still prominent in our libraries, has not dominated to a point where we've abandoned the hands-on materials and books.
Thank you.
All those in favor of the item?
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed? Item passes 5-0. We will return to sitting as the Board of Supervisors, and it looks like we have on the regular agenda a few hearings. We will go to item 14 first, which is a hearing for the liquor license for Sol Shi. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak on this item? Okay. Hearing no one, I'll move to close the public hearing. And I will move the item.
Second.
Any further discussion? No. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That was seconded by Supervisor Hines. Item moves 5-0. Our next item is a hearing, rezoning time extension is for South Kolb Road rezoning with Michael Taylor et al. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak on this item? All right, then I will move to close the public hearing, and I will move to approve case P20RZ00005.
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Item passes 5-0. The next hearing is a comprehensive plan amendment and for West Desert Oasis Trail Plan Amendment with Jill Gookin. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak on this item? All right, hearing none, I will move to close the public hearing and move to approve case number P25CA00002.
Second.
Second, oh, and that would be resolution number 2026-1. That was seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Item passes 5-0. We will move on to item 17, which is approval of the consent calendar. Are there any items that supervisors would like to be considered separately and removed from the consent before we vote on it? No? Hearing none, I will move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Moves 5-0. Our next item is 18. It's the Board of Supervisors updates on boards, committees, and commissions and other municipalities that we represent. Do my colleagues have any reports?
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you very much. Want to encourage my colleagues, if you're able to make the trek up Interstate 10 tomorrow to attend the annual legislative reception that the County Supervisors Association has beginning at 5 o'clock tomorrow at CSA headquarters right across the street from the state capitol. Also want to remind my colleagues, you get emails every week about the meetings of the Legislative Policy Committee. And although each county has only one voting member, any supervisor or any staff member for any supervisor can log into the LPC meetings. They are every Friday at 8:30 via Zoom. And then wanted to let my colleagues know that the Chamber of Southern Arizona had a board of directors meeting last week on the 14th, and the staff from the chamber went over the work plan for the coming year. I have an electronic version of those board materials that I will send to the clerk to share with district offices. Thank you, Chair Allen.
Thank you. Supervisor Kano.
Thank you, Chair Allen. I am the representative on the Visit Tucson board, and I wanted to share some additional information about a major event throughout District 5 and throughout our community in December, share some numbers with you, some economic data. The 2025 Arizona Bowl, it's the Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl, brought national attention to our community on December 27th. The matchup featured Miami and Fresno State, with Fresno State claiming the championship trophy, and the game drew an attendance of nearly 40,000 fans, 37,232 to be precise, generating an economic impact of $2.9 million and 1,451 room nights. And so it goes to show you what these major events mean to our community. It's a lot of hotel beds, a lot of people coming to Southern Arizona, and Visit Tucson tracks all of these major events. And I just wanted to make sure that I highlighted that, given its significant contributions to our economy. Thank you, Chair Scott. Or excuse me, Chair Allen. It's in my head.
Supervisor Hines.
Thank you very much, Chair Allen. With regard to the Pima Association, I will say one thing on the RTA side of PAG RTA. I think I can say this. Everybody should vote on March 12th. That's not bad, right? Because I'm not advocating one way or the other. Okay, great. Good. So there's a very important election on March 12th to approve or not the next 20 years of RTA. So hope everyone, shows up to the polls. On the regional council side of things, we're going to have some discussions I'm very much looking forward to on long-term regional economic development with an infrastructure theme. I recently, actually at the end of last week, was joined by Steve Holmes and also some additional members of our county staff over with our new Mexican consul at the consulate, and we had a very nice discussion, and they have agreed to present on Mexico's very ambitious passenger rail plan, which is by 2030 to connect multiple areas, but specifically Mexico City by rail to Nogales, Sonora, which is not that far away from us. So I think that effort, which has over $1 trillion pesos appropriated for it already, is something that we need to look at very closely and maybe prepare as a region to, to meet them at the border, so to speak. And also looking at any necessary modifications to the Port of Tucson as the refit and expansion of the Guaymas port is happening now to anticipate the arrival of a lot more goods by train, and what we can do to prepare for that and what these efforts can have, the effects they can have on our local economy. So thank you.
Thank you. And I sit on the Arizona Border Counties Coalition, which has an upcoming meeting, so no reports today, and then just joined the Southern Arizona Education Council on behalf of the board, and we have not yet met. So Moving on, we have a couple of items that are related to calendaring. Item 19, this is to amend the board's meeting schedule for February so that it includes time for a retreat on Monday, February 9th, 2026 from noon to 5 p.m. I will move the item. Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Is there discussion?
Chair Allen?
Yes.
I have a question for the clerk when it comes to our meetings. Do we have a way of ensuring that if a member of the community is coming to our meetings and they're parking in our garages, that validation can happen at your window across the hall? We don't offer paid parking for guests right now, is my question.
Chair Allen, Supervisor Kano, no, we do not. We do validate tickets for the individuals that come for proclamations, but not for just regular public that come for the board meetings.
Okay, thank you.
All those in favor of the item?
Aye.
Those opposed? Item passes 5-0. Item 20 is an amended Board of Supervisors meeting schedule for March. This is moving our meeting from Tuesday, March 17th to Tuesday, March 24th. And this kind of resolves two issues. One is that we were being requested by the Elections Department to have a meeting on the 24th that would certify the RTA election. And the week of the 17th is also spring break. So by pushing the meeting to the 24th, we can sort of, not that we want to kill birds, but we can do one thing and accomplish a couple of objectives. I move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Is there discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Item passes 5-0. Moving on to 21. This is our board meeting schedule from July to December, the remaining 6 months of this year. We try to approve the calendar, I think in 6 months intervals. I move to, see if I'm going to do this right. I have a couple of amendments, which is do I have to move the whole item first, or can I move to just amend? I will just sort of look for anyone to offer some guidance.
Yes, you can move the whole item.
Right. So I will move to amend the proposed meeting schedule to meet on August 11th and 25th, as opposed to the 11th and 17th. And that will allow us to put the tax levy adoption on the August 11th meeting. And then that'll keep us on the regular schedule. The regular schedule is August 11th and 25th, meeting the 2nd and 4th. The 17th was just because we thought we had to meet on the 17th, but indeed we do not. So it's just returning us to the regular schedule of the 11th and 25th. So I move to amend the schedule so that we meet on the 11th and 25th in August.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Is there discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Item passes 5-0. I would also like to amend the schedule, the December 22nd meeting, and move it to December 15th. In order to accommodate employees whose children will be out of school and those who travel for the winter break and holidays. So I would move that amendment.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Is there discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Item passes 5-0. Okay. Got through some scheduling. Let's see.
Move the item.
So I would move to approve the item as amended.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Full item moves at 5-0. So it looks like we have time for, I guess before we jump into a couple of presentations, I just want to check with members of the audience. We've got a time certain at 12 o'clock where we'll go into executive session, and wanted to see if there are items that you are waiting to be heard so that we don't leave you sitting here for a long time. 27. All right. Then let's go ahead and jump to item 27. And this is Pima County Cooperative Extension's annual report and presentation.
Good morning. Thank you for having me today. I'll wait for the slides to come up. Chair Allen, supervisors, thank you for having me. My name is Jen Parlin. I am the interim Cooperative Extension Director for Pima County, and I am here to talk to you about our 2024 activities and our progress on wildfire fuels reduction programming. Cooperative Extension is a nationally authorized institution implemented through land-grant universities to bring agriculture and health education to the people. We are funded by federal, state, and of course, county funds. And we also rely on grants, program revenues, and philanthropy to make these programs happen. Next slide. Pima County provides one office to us, and then we rent 2 additional offices for a very low price. Campbell and River is our office that is provided, and we rent the Garden Kitchen in the city of South Tucson and an office in Green Valley that also includes a community garden. Pima County supports us financially through appropriations. For 2025, this was approximately $226,000. Next slide. We report to the public through an annual report and a bi-monthly newsletter that we call the Roundup. We also report to Pima County Conservation Lands and Resources and contribute to reporting that is rolled up in a presentation actually that is happening today for wildfires for you all. Next slide. We primarily focus in 3 areas: agriculture and natural resources, family, health, and consumer sciences, and 4-H youth education. Through these programs, we provided 176,000 hours of education to residents across the lifespan in 2024. We accomplished this with 43 staff and 1,500 volunteers. Volunteers are so important to our ability to be able to expand our reach. They dedicated 50,000 hours of their time and effort in 2024. Next slide. The Master Gardeners provided 34,000 hours of that volunteer service, and 37 new Master Gardeners joined our program in 2024. Master Gardeners reached participants through lectures, both in person and online, through home tours, campus tours, hands-on gardening seminars with information about garden planning, plant selection, irrigation, and water use, and much more. The Invasive Species Program reached 1,200 people through presentations at public libraries, neighborhood associations, clubs, school groups, conducted home visits, participated in invasive species volunteer removal events, and interacted with residents at outreach events. Additionally, the program began organizing a series of monthly invasive grass removals in 2024. Next slide. 88% of Smartscape participants earned a certificate of completion for the 24 courses offered by the program. These professionals learned the principles and practices essential to designing, installing, and maintaining sustainable landscapes. Pima Smartscape offered 7 residential classes that educated residents about efficient drip irrigation systems and prepared them for receiving City of Tucson rainwater harvesting rebate. Next slide. The Garden Kitchen reached more than 3,500 participants through partnerships with child parent centers, Catholic Community Services, the Pascoyaqui Tribe, and Pima County Libraries. 400 organizational leaders and early childhood teachers were trained in trauma awareness, seed-to-table concepts, gardening, physical activity, and nutrition. At Plaza Mobile Market, 40% of sales were completed with nutrition assistance benefits, and team members were able to enroll 132 people in the Farmers Market Nutrition Program, distributing $12,000 in coupons for local produce purchases. Next slide. The Pima Expanded Food and Nutrition Education Program staff taught almost 500 classes to about 300 adult community members, with half of those folks participating in 8 or more hours of education on nutrition, food safety, physical activity, and more. These classes took place in family resource centers, schools, and low-income housing programs. Over 700 youth received nutrition and physical activity education, with over 400 graduating from the program in the youth portion. Family engagement program taught over 7,500 hours of education through 344 free workshops, with 100% of participants saying that they intended to use the family engagement program information to better support their children. 38% of the classes were held at Arizona. I know. Thanks. Sorry. Thank you. Thanks. 38% of classes were held at Arizona State Prison Complex Tucson, or the Federal Corrections Institute, with nearly 300 participants. Oh my goodness. And 771 community members participating in financial literacy classes. Next slide. In 2024, 643 youth at 26 4-H clubs learned about animal care and production, civic engagement, STEM education, ranching, leadership, and under the guidance of 120 adult volunteers and leaders. Clubs provided access to state-level learning experiences and delivered over 34,000 hours of education and skill-building activities to 4-H members. Before the annual county fair, nearly 400 4-H members participated in the state 4-H stock show. Next slide. At Tucson Village Farm, there were 441 unique learning opportunities, engaging participants in dynamic activities, including growing and harvesting food, cooking, hiking, and art. The summer of 2024 was packed with outdoor adventures, offering 22 unique summer camps for youth. TVF campers spent a cumulative of 54 nights in tents, over 400 nights in cabins, and over 500 nights under the stars. These camps foster a connection with nature, providing youth with the opportunity to grow, explore, and develop independence. Next slide. We've just finished our second quarter of the Wildfire Fuels Reduction Program, having developed and delivered a Train the Trainer fire fuels reduction course for 110 master gardeners, with instruction emphasizing defensible spaces and the importance of reducing fuel load across diverse landscapes. We presented wildfire ecology and fire-wise landscape concepts through Master Gardener public Zoom class series and in invasive species presentations, directly educating 344 community participants on fire-prone versus fire-resistant plants, defensible space principles, and how these concepts integrate into horticulture practices. We also developed smartscape materials that emphasize wildfire risk reduction for landscaping professionals at the first urban and suburban weeds and fire risk class. Education included landscaping best practices to reduce fuel load and decreasing wildfire risk in a variety of settings, including around residents and businesses, in rights-of-way and along riparian areas at various elevations. The wildfire outreach coordinator is scheduled to be hired this month. Duties will include working with local fire departments and districts, the Arizona Department of Forestry and Fire Management, federal fire managers, and others to reduce wildfire fuels, promote wildfire-resistant ecology, and increase urban and rural wildfire preparedness. Next slide. Pima County funding is crucial to the maintenance of our operations and programming I spoke about today, including assisting our community members with invasive species removal and educating diverse audiences in the management of vegetation to reduce the risk of wildfires in urban and rural areas of our county. We thank you for your support. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you for
Madam
that.
Chair,
Yes.
on the wildfire issue, that's a particular area of interest for me and our district.
Sure.
It seems like you might be duplicating efforts with the county's wildfire mitigation plan. What kind of coordination do you have? And I notice you're going to be hiring a director. Is that going to be necessary? And can there not be more connection and collaboration with the wildfire mitigation plan that's already being worked on and implemented in Pima County?
This is actually part of the wildfire mitigation program that's implemented in Pima County. We are the educational arm of it, so the appropriation has come to us to provide that education and outreach to the community based on the plan that is passed for Pima County.
And Madam Chair, what kind of outreach do you do with communities? Do you have anything to do with HOAs or, for instance, the Green Valley Council, the Vail Southeast Regional Council? These are all entities. Mount Lemon has Firewise. Does this coordinate with Firewise, the Firewise certification program?
Yes.
And most importantly, do these entities who are aware of such things as the Firewise program, as well as other wildfire mitigation efforts, are they aware of what you're doing as far as wildfire mitigation in Pima County?
Chair Allen and Supervisor Christie, thank you for the question. Yes, they are aware. That is why we're hiring that staff member. In the plan that was submitted to Pima County, it was only to be hired in January to start all of those connections. Our outreach to the public has already started with master gardener trainings and invasive species. And so HOAs have been in collaboration with those educational units. Our plan going forward is to hire this person to really manage all of those relationships and bring everything together to really have sustainable and thoughtful communication.
I would just suggest, Madam Chair, that in your efforts, you do reach out and provide programs and speakerships to these organizations. I attend the Green Valley Council monthly Board of Representatives meeting, and I don't believe you've had an opportunity to address them yet, but I know they'd love to hear from you, as well as the Southeast Regional Council. So it seems that there could be added value to both what the county has already implemented, as well as the part you're doing with that county plan in those venues.
Definitely, though, that is definitely part of our plan. We are looking at more rural areas and more fire-prone areas as the targets for our outreach.
And Madam Chair, fire districts, are you having any collaboration or contact with them?
Supervisor Christie, we have started to talk to the fire districts. That will also be part of the plan with this new hire.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other supervisors?
Thank you.
Hearing none. Thank you so much for your presentation and for your work. I am going to move us to item number 24. Just to provide some segue, this is a report on wildfire mitigation plan. It's the mid-year report by Senior Advisor to the County Administrator, Mari Vasquez, just so we have some continuity, even picking up from the discussion about wildfire mitigation and presentation update on the plan. So I will turn it over to you, Ms. Vasquez.
Chair Allen, Supervisors. Honored to be able to give you a mid-year update on the wildfire mitigation plan that the Board of Supervisors requested in February of last year. Oh, is it possible to get the slides up for item 24? Perfect. And just as a reminder, the plan was requested in February of last year. It was presented to you in May, and then the plan was put into action in July. Perfect. Thanks to the hard work of internal county departments and external stakeholders working closely with emergency management officials, fire agencies, and land managers, all 45 tasks identified in the wildfire mitigation plan have moved out of their discovery phase, and they're now in a planning, progress, or completed and under monitoring. We are on track for both budget and future schedule of all deliverables on the plan. Next slide, please. The first of the three major focus areas is public education, and some key achievements in this mid-year report include the creation of the Desert Fire and Invasives Collaborative, which works to provide strategic, coordinated messaging with partners like Sonora Desert Museum and Tucson Electric Power by elevating wildfire prevention through joint initiatives. Learning from other communities, we are continuing to emphasize the FireWise principles, which are the gold standard for wildfire protection. Our initial focus is heavily on defensible space, especially in Zone 0, which is the first 5 feet around your home structure, which should be kept lean, clean, and green, which means free of debris, combustible materials, and dry or dead vegetation. You also just heard from the University of Arizona Cooperative Extension, which has been an outstanding partner in delivering educational effort. Helping to deliver classes on smartscapes and master gardener programs that cover invasive species information. And now wildfire preparedness will reach a much bigger audience as they hire their wildfire education coordinator, and I will be in strong communication with them as well as part of the plan. Next slide, please. Our wildfire messaging calendar was developed with partners for the 2025-2026 plan. It included 2 topics per month that were shared with fire agencies, PIOs, and regional partner communication departments to amplify messaging. It is being reviewed now for any upcoming year updates, as this calendar is designed to be fluid, allowing us to address any emerging regional needs. Next slide, please. Our next goal was mitigating invasive species. County departments, including Conservation Lands and Resources, the Department of Transportation, and Regional Flood Control District, worked with partners from Tucson Bird Alliance, Sonoran Institute, and UA Cooperative Extension to treat over 12,000 acres, and volunteers have contributed over 700 hours since July 1st in mitigation of bufflegrass and stinknet. We are also in close communication with Arizona Department of Forestry and Fire Management Southeast District Forester to plan upcoming efforts where we can start to do some cross-jurisdictional work. The first Chipping Day event in partnership with the Summer Haven HOA and Mount Lemon Fire District was conducted in December. This event combined educational outreach on defensible space with actionable steps for vegetation removal. And looking ahead, we are looking at coordinating roll-off container events, specifically in communities identified as having a high wildfire risk. These events are designed to help residents safely dispose of vegetation and debris that could ignite from wind-blown embers, reducing hazards in critical defensible space zones. Selections of location will be based on wildfire risk assessments, ensuring resources are directed where they are most needed. Next slide, please. Key achievements in emergency response include working closely with the Office of Emergency Management to continue increased signups for My Alerts. This year, each quarter saw a rise in registrations, and we are encouraging anyone who has not yet signed up to visit the Office of Emergency Management website to do so. Funds were also allocated in the plan for additional wildfire coordinator training. Based on local fire responder feedback, a wildland fire leadership course is scheduled for this third quarter. We are also mapping pre-developed evacuation zones that could be shared with responding agencies. And this is being done in help with Pima County's IT department and ArcGIS. In October, a wildfire tabletop exercise was conducted with 55 participants from 35 agencies attending. This exercise, as well as other after-action reports, highlighted opportunities to strengthen emergency alert communication, and we are actively working with partners to address opportunities to strengthen this process. Next slide, please. Some upcoming headlines. The Community Wildfire Protection Plan, also known as the CWPP, is the 5 to 10-year long-range plan that takes a deep dive in identifying wildfire risks on all lands throughout Pima County and outlining specific treatments. The CWPP is often a prerequisite for state and federal grant applications, and I'm happy to report that it has completed its first edit and it will soon be open for public comment. The CWPP is the macro plan which will guide future wildfire mitigation efforts, while this current plan that we are covering today will continue to serve as our region's annual action plan. We are also working on bilingual wildfire messaging materials to reach a broader audience, and that is currently underway with Pima County's Communication Department. The Department of Insurance and Financial Institutions recently completed its report to Governor Hobbs. Pima County, with the involvement in the council by Deputy County Administrator DeBonis, provided input on insurance coverage considerations related to wildfire risk to the state task force. Better coordination of invasive species data to track growth, mitigation efforts, and emerging hotspots is also underway. This will be helpful in order to better align efforts and prioritize areas to reduce possible duplication of efforts in mitigation and funding. And a very special congratulations to the Sonoran Desert Weed Whackers and Pima County's Restoration Program staff who received the Southwest Vegetation Management Award for their outstanding work in invasive species treatment. Next slide. All of these accomplishments would not have been possible without the incredible involvement of regional partners, both those mentioned directly today and everyone represented on this slide. There are so many that it's hard to call out individually, but a huge thank you to everyone involved. This network is strong, coordinated, and is making a difference. This concludes the presentation. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Christie.
And perhaps Mr. DeBonis could chime in because of his service on the Insurance and Resilience Committee. Are you seeing or are you sensing any kind of movement or change of policy with insurance carriers who are offering homeowners insurance, as well as the availability of homeowners insurance or the rates? Or is this going to require more legislative activity? And if so, what specifically is it going to require from the legislature?
Chair Allen and Supervisor Christie, during the time on the State Department of Insurance and Financial Institutions Council, the Resiliency and Mitigation Council, we received a lot of presentations, the council did, across a wide spectrum of different states, looking at it from fire service providers, state agencies, private insurance, and also private companies that are developing tools to help in this area. I think that it is vastly varied in terms of how insurance providers are approaching it. That was something that the council had identified in the county's comments back to the council. We identified the need for greater transparency and consistency in terms of the use of tools to determine what the fire risks are and setting of insurance rates for homeowners. And so As we concluded that, the council acknowledged that a task force has been set up by the state legislature. I think to your point, that work is going to be critically important to see noticeable and sustainable changes and benefits to homeowners in terms of insurance rates and how they're set and what options they have, even in knowing what tool was used to identify the risk, how did they score with the use of that tool, is there the ability for them to provide information or appeal the ruling and affect the ultimate rates that they're provided. So I would say that while much work was done identifying the range of different things that are happening, this task force and its work is going to be crucial. And so county administration will be monitoring the work of that state legislature enacted task force and looking forward to actions that result in either changes or modified approaches to how insurance rates are set and how homeowners can participate more actively in their own outcomes.
And Madam Chair, Mr. DeBonis, you in that report in December, you made a number of recommendations. Could you highlight some of those recommendations?
Certainly, Chair Allen and Supervisor Christie, wrapped in what I had just indicated, I think one of the most crucial ones is the ability for homeowners to understand the tool that the insurance industry is using in order to determine the risk and the setting of rates or even the insurability for particular properties. I think that that is currently opaque at best when homeowners are trying to obtain insurance and understand the basis from which the insurance industry participated or in which the basis in which the insurance industry determined those things. There are also other models that were utilized or are being utilized in other states that provide for funding assistance for property owners to address whatever risks that they have on their property. So that was a component of the recommendations made, saying, hey, the state should look at providing funding to enable homeowners to harden their residence with fireproof roofing or fireproof siding, creating defensible space areas within proximity to their residence. Also looking at greater ability for homeowners to appeal determinations that are being made. Look at standardization of tools. Right now, the insurance industry has the ability to decide what tools they will utilize to model what those risks are. So those were some of the recommendations that were forthcoming from Pima County to that council, and those were also reflected in some of the input from others who participated in that, notably the County Supervisors Association.
Madam Chair, just one final comment. I want to thank everybody for their diligent efforts and hard work on this issue. It's in my district, at least, it's top of mind. We have many constituents that, as you know, are dealing with this homeowners insurance and premium affordability issues. And I have to say, from the meetings that I attend and the public gatherings and feedback that I get from my constituents, they are embracing this process. They are embracing the Firewise certification process. I think we've got some 33 HOAs in Green Valley alone. That could be wrong, but it's a very significant number of the HOAs are embracing the Firewise certification program. Mount Lemon has been the gold standard, and I do know that there are at least 13 in Green Valley, and the community is really embracing this. As a matter of fact, we just received a $20,000 grant, as you know, from Freeport McMoran, dedicated to wildfire mitigation. So the community's behind it. The community wants it, and I know the community's very appreciative of all the work you're doing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions from the board? No? Well, actually, I did have a question about some of the areas that are the kind of wildlife or wildland urban intermix areas in District 3, like Three Points, Arivaca, Pitcher Rocks, and kind of what work is happening there as folks are kind of right on the edge of wildfire.
So, Chair Allen, a lot of what is happening with that long-range plan with the CWPP is working with fire agencies and land managers to look at specific spots and find what are the best targeted tools to mitigate in those areas, which will be nice, right? Because that's the big macro plan. And then from there, we can take an actionable year plan and work through those. So we are in constant contact with the fire agencies to kind of pre-plan for the mitigation of invasives, as well as work with the communities to get this educational messaging. That's our low-hanging fruit. We want to make sure that we are getting the defensible space, all the Firewise messaging out to them. So we are in constant contact with the fire agencies and land managers within that area, within those spaces.
Madam Chair, and one final question, in my notes, it appears the Rincon Valley has not received a lot of activity from our programs or have been involved in a lot of our programs, and I would just urge whatever activities that you have available, that they be reached out to and included. We got some feedback that the Rincon Valley folks are very interested in the Firewise program and wildfire mitigation and of course, the homeowners issue. So if you could make an effort to reach out to the Rincon Valley folks, and we'd be glad to help you with that if you need any assistance.
Chair
Thank you,
Allen,
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie, absolutely.
Great. Well, thank you. With that, I think we are going to move into executive session. We have item number 12 on the regular agenda, and then on the addendum, items 3, 4, and 5 that are all under executive session. So we will break for that. I will make a motion that we break for executive session.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? We will break into executive session, 5-0 vote. So we are back in session. Okay, so
You can now unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Okay, I'm
You're
sorry.
unmuted.
Oh. She's okay now? Okay. We are just come out of executive session. We had items that are for information only. Okay. So from some of the items connected to executive session, regular agenda item number 12, I move to proceed as recommended by outside counsel in executive session.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Passes 5-0. Addendum item 3 was for information only, as was addendum item 4 and addendum item number 5. For addendum item number 8, I move to approve the conflict of interest waiver.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Item passes 5-0. Addendum item number 9. I move to approve authorization as discussed in executive session.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Item passes 5-0. And then addendum item number 10, I move to authorize Pima County Attorney's Office as recommended and described in executive session.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Item passes 5-0. Oh, and then where does that take us back to a presentation? Item number 23 with the very patient Jen Darlin, the Senior Advisor to the County Administrator, giving us an update on the county initiatives to address homelessness and public safety. Thank you, Ms. Darlin.
Thank you, Chair Allen. Good afternoon, everybody. This will be a very brief presentation with a more thoughtful and more thorough presentation coming in February, which would be the first of the 2 board-approved progress reports on One Pima. And as the board is familiar, all of these updates are always going to be grounded in one or more of the 5 priorities that were critical to the foundation of this office. In brief, for the public and the audience, the first is to conduct an inventory of county and partner programming. The second, illustrate and describe how homeless response system works and how services are delivered. Third, to develop county and public-facing communications. The fourth, to develop a strategic and continuous improvement plan with the goal of ensuring programs are responsive, sustainable, and equitably distributed. And the fifth and final, which is to develop a means of tracking the efficacy of county assistance. And today, just briefly, it will touch, this update will touch briefly on priority number 5, which is to check in on how we're doing with our programmed response in terms of the protocol. Next slide, please. Thank you. And as requested at the December meeting of the board was to come back to you all and provide you some early performance at that of the board-approved master agreement, again, aligned with One Pima, but also supportive of our county administrative procedure, which is the county encampment protocol. It's a land managing response that is also married together with our connection to resources and supports. The master agreement that you all approved on in December essentially provides for expedited cleanup, that it's not only complaint driven, but it's also maintenance driven, as called for again in One Pima. This is the ongoing cadence of cleanup in areas, washes, waterways, channels that are adjacent to the Czech Huckleberry Loop, as well as other county-owned washes throughout the region. The board approved the contract on December 2nd. Work got underway in earnest a week later. And so what you see here is a time frame between December 9th and December 31st, keeping in mind there were some holidays tucked in here. We have 12 total sites that were cleared by the contracted vendor, a little over 37 tons of total of debris collected. Not all of it was encampment related. Some of it was the, just trash and debris that ends up collecting in these waterways and channels through various different weather events. And the total cost for this first stretch of programming was in the neighborhood of just over $37,000. Again, I just want to highlight that this is work adjacent to both maintenance as called for in 1 Pima, as well as complaint driven, meaning that anytime we receive a report of an encampment and it's verified to be within a waterway or channel under the Regional Flood Control District's maintenance responsibility, this is going to be the vendor agreement that's going to ensure that cleanup is facilitated within 72 hours after the site has been outreached to and posted. Next slide, please. Also, as requested by Supervisor Scott at the December meeting, was to bring back to the board some feedback from the county staff, the 4 full-time personnel who are charged with facilitating the enhanced protocol. That would be the site inspections and verifications of the space and verifying that it is in fact an encampment, coordinating with outreach services and other community resources to ensure that we're getting folks connected to care, as well as managing the data associated with that. We met on January 13th, just last week, met with all four of the team members to hear from them what their perspectives were. The discussion and topics were on the themes that you see to the green huddle of humans icon there. Those were the topics that basically grounded our conversation. Overall, it was positive from the team. I want to highlight that. I feel like I'm doing that. Am I doing that? No, okay. It was positive feedback from the team, and I want to emphasize this piece that, again, you have on this expanded resource response, we have two individuals who come to this work having already worked in other departments of the county, and they have seen by their participation in those other departments some aspect of the county's protocol response. And what was communicated to me, and I found heartening, was that they appreciated seeing the whole protocol from beginning, middle, and end. So you have perspectives here that will continue to inform on the improvement of that outreach, not only the outreach strategy, but also the cleanup and coordination across departments and with other jurisdictional partners. We also heard about the need for expanded training. I'm sure you can appreciate this is a land management response, but it is chiefly led by land managing personnel. And when they continue to engage in these sorts of environments where they're encountering individuals who are in the middle of having a homeless crisis or episode, it can take an emotional toll. So they've requested that we start to incorporate ways to expand their training to account for trauma-informed practices, as well as finding ways to bolster their response by ensuring that they have access to outreach support for not only the site inspections and the postings, but also on day of remediation. We also talked over the survey tools and reporting. I got some really great feedback on some ways to make that, to improve those processes, but overall it was a positive conversation that will lead to more dialogue as we go into this the rest of this calendar year, and the feedback I received on the need to coordinate better across not only departments but other jurisdictional colleagues is something that has been echoed in the conversations I have also had with other departmental personnel and other jurisdictional partners in this space. Collectively, you have a team that represents a total of 60 years, and as the board saw this morning with the dedicated awards that went out to the 2 individuals this morning with over 30 years of service to county, I think that there is a long history and practice of the county being an employer of choice. In fact, 2 individuals had left the county to go pursue work outside of the county, and they came back. So a good testament to Pima County programs and Pima County departments being a place that folks call home. Next slide, please. And just high level, we continue to participate at the staff level in the city implementation meetings. These are bi-weekly meetings with folks over at the City of Tucson. This would be Tucson Fire Department, Tucson Police Department, their environmental services team, as well as their encampment assessors and other folks on ways that we can coordinate our resources in response. Specifically, when we're at the table, we're talking about what does the county do to partner for effective strategies adjacent to the Chuck Huckleberry Loop. That's not just from the outreach perspective, but ensuring that we're making aware our land managers of those efforts as well. Additionally, we have the 2026 point in time count, which will be occurring on January 28th. The volunteer registration has closed, and so I think that they're pretty well situated with that. So we will start to see anecdotal data from that point in time count on the number of individuals experiencing homelessness by or about early March. And then finally, the notice of funding opportunity as facilitated by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development has gone through a little bit of a dramatic pivots since it was released in December. Ultimately, it is the funding competition is now open for under fiscal year 24 terms. What this means is that it's very complicated, but in fiscal year 25, they had opened up a competition with some extraordinary changes and pivots in that programming requirement. It is that those pivots are now enjoined by a U.S. District Court order. And instead, they have reverted to just reopening the competition for last year with no changes to the programming. What that means, in essence, is because they reopened last year's competition, it isn't really truly a competition. They've just reopened it for agencies or communities, rather, to reapply for funding. So all of this to say, it was a little bit of multiple pivots over several weeks that had to eventually lead to an adjudication that basically haven't changed much of anything in our homeless programming, but more will be known more definitively later on in the spring, March to May being the window of time. Next slide, please. And just real quickly, again, the February 17th meeting of the board, there will be a more comprehensive update on the progress of the One Pima, the actions taken with multiple different departments to carry out on the 5 priorities. We've, again, presentation today touched on the loop safety improvements. We know that we continue to work with our colleagues across the campus here with the City of Tucson, working closely with them as the Safer Center gets operationalized, and we're working to get people into low barrier forms of treatment and care. The Community Workforce Development Department met with the Housing Commission last Friday, or just this past Friday, to review the gap funding recommendations. So this will be coming toward the board in February. And finally, we've been working with the District 5 office on ways to increase resources and support to that community. There will be an event on March 28th, and working also to ensure that when we're doing these types of research events, or I'm sorry, these outreach and community events, we're making sure that we're bringing all of the county programming and opportunity into this community. In fact, working with Senior Advisor Vasquez on bringing in Tucson Fire Department into these community resource events, opportunities to bring in roll-offs as well to help with the mitigation efforts that she and her and Office of Emergency Management are also working on as well. And with that, that concludes the update. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from my colleagues? Supervisor Kano.
Thank you so much, Chair Allen. I want to thank our County Administrator and Director Darlin for putting so many legs to the One Pima initiative. I'm excited about the update that you'll be providing to the board in the coming weeks. I am doing a lot of neighborhood association meet and greets in the evenings on weekdays and weekends sometimes, and those conversations are telling me that we need to do a better job of promoting the One Pima initiative. And so I'm hoping that the county administrator can work with Director Darlin and our communications team to have an online portal that focuses on the tenets of that, but more importantly, if we can mirror the city's homelessness encampment webpage, which tracks various forms of data. I'm looking right now at this particular at their website, encampment/protocol.tucsonaz.gov, 183,000 pounds of trash removed. Our equivalent with the number you provided to us, Director, is about 74,000 pounds. I want to see, of trash. I want to see those kind of numbers to paint the story of the impact. The fact that the Safer Center is operational right now. If there are referrals that need to be made, how does a member of the public refer somebody to the Safer Center? The Transition Center is now expanded as a result of the One Pima initiative, right? So I just want to find a way for us to tell this story better and to have it in one reporting dashboard, similar to what our colleagues at the city do. And I'm excited about all of the progress that we've been having. Neighborhoods are responding well to it, and I am extremely grateful, Director Darland, for you working with our District 5 staff on implementation of this. These are exciting updates and look forward to more action in the coming year. It's a 2-year plan.
Excellent. Anyone else? Well, thank you as always. I am going to move us along. If we look at regular agenda item 28, this is a final plat with assurances for Saguaro Ridge Estates. I will move to approve plat number P18FP00020.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Is there discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Approved 5-0. Item number 29, another final plat with assurances. So I move to approve plat number P25FP00014 Bajada Ranch.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Christie. Discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Item passes 5-0. Moving on to regular agenda item number 33. This is the acceptance of a grant for the Health Department, Arizona Affirm Sexual and Reproductive Health. I will move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Item passes 5-0. Item number 34, acceptance of a grant from the University of Washington to provide doxycycline. I will move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Opposed.
Item passes 4-1. We will now go to the addendum. We will be sitting as the Flood Control District Board for item number 6. This is a contract with the Green Valley Coordinating Council. I will move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Christie. Is there discussion? All those in support say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Item passes 5-0.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Could we address item 11?
Yes, we can. We'll move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor. Oh, sorry. We are back as the Board of Supervisors. So I move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Christie. Is there discussion? All those in support say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. Popping back up to number 7. We are still as the supervisors. I will move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Christie. Is there discussion?
Oh, no. Supervisor Hines.
What I said?
She said Christie.
Sorry. Supervisor Hines.
I'm happy to just briefly explain this.
Sure.
It's pretty straightforward, but it came to my attention that the resolutions that this board has been passing with regard to the opposition, bipartisan opposition going back years, 20 years actually, haven't really ever been conveyed to like the board of directors for HUD-Bay, like regulatory authorities in Canada where this company is located. I'm still not, but our council did advise that we have a dedicated item to do it. But this is just asking staff to convey with a cover letter these resolutions. That's the resolution most recently that we passed in opposition to this project to these relevant parties. That's it.
Madam Chair, I'm astounded that anyone would think that the Board of Supervisors in Pima County is not in favor of the HUD-Bay resolution. How many resolutions does it take? I'm sure everybody in the county, everybody in the state, everybody in the country, everybody in the world, the HUD-Bay Board of Directors, Mitsubishi, who just infused $600 million into it, I'm sure they are very intimately familiar with the fact that this board does not want the HUD-Bay Copper World project to go. However, I'm sure it will pass again, as the other ones have. What I would like would be to be given a list of all of the, as the resolution states, a list of all the relevant regulators and other stakeholders that the intentions of this resolution being sent to. I would like a copy of them, of those names and addresses and entities, and I will send a letter stating that as the sitting supervisor whose district houses the Hudbay Copper World project, I am in favor of it. I support it. I want job growth. I want economic development. I want workers to have strong family entities that can give money to their well-being, to their education, to their homes, to food on their table, and economic growth. I want to explain that that is in our district and we support it. And I also want to point out to the construction community, the contracting community, unions, mechanics, shop people, everybody who has jobs as a result of the Hudbay project, that the people seated to my left are not to be taken as friends. They are not supportive. There have been numerous occasions on many projects where they have, my colleagues to my left have voted it down, have voted the project down. They speak in one term that they support unions, they support workers, they support families, and then they vote against the project that does exactly that. So we're all up for election in a few years, and I urge those communities, contractors, unions, mechanics, pavement, construction, all of those communities to remember who voted for them, who supported them. It wasn't my colleagues to my left. And I'm looking forward to that list of all the quote unquote relevant regulators, because I'm sure they're very familiar with this board's decisions in the past when it comes to resolutions. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Can I just ask, I understand why we passed the item referenced in this item back in October of 2025, because it gave Supervisors Allen and Cano, who were new to the board, the opportunity to express the same opposition to Copper World that others had. It seems like this item came about as a discussion that you had with the county attorney with regard to who was getting those previous items. Could you flesh that out a little bit? Because I voted for all the previous ones. I'm not really sure why we're doing this one.
Great questions, and Chair Allen and Supervisor Scott. I was a little puzzled that this required an item as well. I checked in initially with staff. I believe it was actually Nicole Fife, and then also with county administration leadership to confirm that the resolutions that we've passed haven't really gone anywhere. Meaning, I don't mean that I'm not no negative, but like it's. I mean, I've heard that Hudbay is framing this as a project that is being welcomed with open arms by the region, and in their comments, in their shareholder discussions, and their board of directors meetings, I believe they are mischaracterizing the region's interest or lack of interest in this particular project. When I heard that, I said, well, how many times have we sent them copies of a resolution? And I don't believe that we have. So I don't know. It's simply, I don't even know if we need but again, our legal counsel advised that we have an item instead of just me saying, hey, staff, can we actually send the resolution to some of these folks so they can actually see that we're very much not in line with this. And he recommended that we have an item dedicated to doing it. That's all. That's why it's on there.
And if I may, just to clarify, my understanding, this item is not us repassing the same resolution that we have passed. This item is simply us directing that it is going to be distributed out. And that when we as the board want to communicate and share resolutions that we have passed officially, that we need to agree on that. That the administrator cannot just send out resolutions as to different entities without the board's knowledge of that. Okay,
Madam Chair,
of that.
where
Is that correct?
where does the county administrator, where do you send out these resolutions?
Chair Allen and members of the board, the previous resolutions have been sent as instructed, tended to be the federal delegation and the governor sometimes we've added the State Land Department, but those have been the parties to which they have been officially forwarded on behalf of the county. They then get posted, but we have not necessarily gone as we ended it there. We send it to the federal delegation, to the governor, the State Land Department, occasionally to the state legislature, if it has been something that is also is part of the County Supervisors Association. But in a case like this, as we have not sent it to a variety of other parties.
The variety being?
Relevant regulators and other stakeholders.
Do we even know who that means or who that is?
It is in working with, Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, and working with Supervisor Hines. I think he's indicated that his intent, which is ownership of the board of directors of HUD Bay.
It just boggles my mind that there would be even any thought process that the ownership of HUD Bay would have no idea about the feeling of this board about their project. After all these years, after all these resolutions, after all this litigation, they wouldn't know that this board is against the project? It's really...
Are there any more questions about the item, clarifications? Supervisor Connor.
Thank you, Chair Allen. Perhaps when we consider other resolutions, we ask the administrator to inform us of who they're going to be going to. That might help this. I don't know that we needed this item, respectfully, Supervisor Hines. It could have been worked from an administrative lens instead of going through the board. So I just want to make that point that, I've always found our county administration willing to send the board's correspondence after a public vote, especially to any entity, and want to ensure that we have that as a standard practice moving forward. And I know we'll have an ally in the administrator's office to do that on any resolution. HUD Bay representatives reached out to me to have a conversation about their project. That meeting was scheduled by my office and was subsequently canceled by HUD Bay representatives. So I take offense to the conversations that we heard today about accessibility and transparency. And when I indicate that I'm interested in meeting with them, they cancel. That is not a cooperative discussion that I believe that is indicative of the kind of sentiment we heard from their representative earlier today. So I'm looking forward to meeting with HUD Bay if they are willing to meet with the District 5 supervisor. And, I just, have to say, Supervisor Christie, this has been, I know this issue is very important to you, and I would ask that you refrain from personality and impugning from this dais. And you've interrupted on numerous times several of us for this discussion, and I want to work with you to have a collaborative conversation and all of this. Decorum is important to run a meeting.
If there is no further discussion, all those in favor? Aye. Those opposed?
Opposed.
The item.
I'm going to abstain. I have indicated my opposition to both Rosemont and Copper World on numerous occasions since coming to the board in 2021. So I'm not comfortable voting against this item, but I'm not comfortable voting for it either. So respectfully, I'm going to abstain.
Okay. So item passes 3 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 abstained. For the remaining items, I would like to suggest that we cluster items 12, 13, 14, and 15. They are all appointments. I will move the items.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion.
Are we going to call them clustering now instead of bundling? I just want to...
It's a new, everyone's got their brand. I'm a clusterer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. As opposed? Items move 5-0. And item number 35 is adjournment. So all those We'll have to move? Yeah, y'all don't have any say on this. We're done.
More work for your rookie gavel.
Yeah, I know. What's up? Woo.